today's episode of Let's Talk FGO! It's the 8th anniversary!
Jesus.
Literally, today! So we're going to talk about that. And also, there's a Lotto and JP. And then there might be some other stuff going on at the end there.
Sorry, I was just watching our sound bars in OBS and just all through it at the enter, just a mega hat just went mode red there. I was like, wow.
Yeah, those are big blocky bars in Audacity, too.
Oh.
I like to project a little. All right, okay, hi. I'm Omega, that's Lucky, we're live.
We are live. So, everyone, I hope you're enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka 8 Years of History. And while we here at Studio Mega like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EA version of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should remember to max that speed strat.
Yeah, shout out to poor Albert trying to speedrun the panel before AX cut him off. Which apparently, at least on the Twitch version, did happen.
Oh. I am looking at chat. People are like, my ears!
That's what we want. I want you to know. The video started.
The video is started. But yes, hello chat. Hello. Welcome.
Yes, it has been so long since we did a live-streamed episode of the podcast that I had to actually... I mean, I could have done it from scratch, but in the scroll back, because YouTube has use the settings from a previous stream, I based this on your Tiamat rolling stream, because that was the newest FGO stream we had.
Wow.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Been a while. But yes, we're here. We're live. That said, I do really quick want to shout out to our wonderful patrons who helped bring you this episode. This audio will be going up on Patreon and will be edited to trim out dead air and, you know, me going... that was fake, but, you know, the actual coughs are much easier to catch. So, you can support us on Patreon to get that. You could have got The Wanted that went live today early. And many other things. And so I don't forget, because we're going to... do things a little different. I'll put the patron shout out right here at the front. Normally I do that at the back half now, but I would like to remind you that we have many lovely patrons, and at their highest level, they get on-air shout outs. So we shout out all of our wonderful listeners and patrons, but especially Added Heart, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenji, Rogar, and Shrevor, and Baron the Crow. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Thank you very much. Also, yes, we are streaming live right now, and this is from Lucky's perspective. Lucky has not actually done anything since we have got out of maintenance. So, we'll be able to do all that stuff live for you, including GSSR, Destiny rolls, and anniversary rolling. But that does remind me, I do need to hide the view, because I need to actually go buy St. QUARTZ. We're still going, it's just we're going to hide my screen for a second.
Yeah, so you'll still hear us, it's just you will... So hopefully the scene transition is good, going very well. I know our Discord's blown up.
Oh, sorry, I just remembered. Usually when I have the title screen up, I don't have the Discord as an audio thing here, so I don't have to worry about muting two things. So if I actually go to there, it mutes you, so hang on while Lucky does some black magic here.
Ah, okay, he needs to set up the scene transition.
Well, no, I just made it a black screen right now, but now everyone should still be able to hear us. Lucky forgot, like, Lucky thought that I was gonna be the one that was gonna be muted when we went there. No, I was wrong.
It's funny. Like I said, it's been, I want to say, at least 7 months. I don't think we've streamed Let's Talk FGO this year, or if it was like right away in like January for LB7 stuff. So yeah, we'll throw up the blackout curtains. Lucky we'll carry some St. QUARTZ. Well, since we did some of our early intro, I do actually have some points in our regular segment for pro tips, but we can throw that up later. That means we can jump straight to Records of the Throne for me, because I accomplished a couple of my things. I do also want to say, thank you much for your super chat.
Thank you. Yes, I'm gonna need that luck, baby.
Yes, but we'll jump straight to my version of records, because first of all, I want to say, man, 8 years is a long time, but you can tell that we have been supporting this game because servers, crispy, clean, working great. Like, no lag trying to get into the server. Y'all remember back when they would do the anniversary announcements and you couldn't get into FGO for like 30 minutes?
Yeah, I remember that.
The server would be busy. I don't think I've seen the server busy alert in like years. So yeah, that's what all your hard-earned St. QUARTZ money is earning, is more servers spun up so that the game actually functions. But I did manage to get, before the stream started, both my regular GSSR and my Destiny order done.
Woo!
We are not mission complete on the Ash banners. I'll talk about that, I guess, a little. It's not quite at Evil's stage, but I mean, I'll say it now. Let's see. I bought St. QUARTZ in the middle to do my Destiny order, and I did some tickets, so I'm not sure how many rolls we're at. Actually, can I check exactly? No, I'm in the middle of a event memorial quest for a ticket, so I can't check right now. I'll check later how many runs it was exactly. But I think it was we're about 150 quartz deep. Fucking nothing.
Nothing.
Way too many CEs. I mean, I guess I MLB'd the 5-star CE with David on it. That's cool. But fucking nothing. So,
nothing.
We're taking a little breaksy before I go insane.
Yes. Yes. More bond. Give it to me. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, we like that bond. Also, hey, thank you, Legendary, for that super chat as well. Bright orange super chat. Okay, but yes, did GSSR rolls. I rolled on the aforementioned, I think it's like since 7th anniversary Females 3. That got me a NP2 Saber Medusa and a second Summer Say. I didn't even think about which 4 stars would be in that lineup, but both of those are good. Obviously, Medusa is not, brand new, but I did try and roll for the NP2 and didn't get her, so we'll take those. And if you want to know my exact Destiny order lineup, I posted the screen cap in our Discord. You can check out there. Please make sure to, for the sake of the mods, direct your rolls into the rolling thread. Again, so they don't go crazy, but my Destiny order poll resulted in MHXA and an NP2 for Gorgon, of all things. That's right, my Gorgon was NP1 because she's story-locked.
All right.
So those are obviously brand news, but yeah, I think MHXA was like my oldest servant on the setup.
What was it? Huh. Actually, I don't know why I started this. Well, actually, let me see. How... Let's see, how many... Oh, how does this one work again? Does Abby just keep reviving until a certain amount of time passes? I forget.
Nah, I don't remember. I'm in the middle of it right now.
Well, let's get spicy with it.
This is literally always like, oh, I'm in the middle of this. Yeah, she might have to go to her MP.
Oh, that's right. We are in... Yeah, this is a fresh install on my PC, so my settings might be a little off.
Let's move back up then. Let's scroll up. Since Lucky's in the Memorial Quest to farm those tickets.
I need tickets.
I really wish we could spend 10 of them to just do a 10 roll. As opposed to me having to individually click through each one.
Yeah, but after this, we'll do my GSSR
let's talk about
and...
Fuck Up Senpai, our Regular 7-4 pro tips.
And Destiny.
Sorry, I over you a little there.
No, sorry, I'm just saying, after I get done with this quest, we will do my Destiny order and GSSR rolls. And probably sprinkle some Ash rolls throughout the stream.
Yes.
We do
but
not.
let's actually do pro tips.
Pro tips!
Don't forget to pick your Memorial CEs. That's live now. You can pick them.
Yeah, I picked mine earlier today because I saw everyone else picking them. I was like, oh, it is time.
Yep.
I picked, coming as no surprise, Kama and Tiamat.
It's a good one. I was Aresh Tiamat. It was a tough one, but we're here. And then, this is kind of a pro tip, but also, I put in the parentheticals, this is secret for discussion topic. The pro tip, advanced quests have hands.
They really do!
So that is our, you know, special, new limited master, or permanent master mission for this, year's anniversary is do your advanced quests and clear your class score.
Yeah.
And so I, along with many other people who try and maximize some of that work, have been working on my advanced quest backlog. And it's a time because, like, some of them are very easy. I think, you know, there were a couple of the you know, X-class ones. Sorry. I've gone all the way. Abigail fired her NP, but she didn't. So the fight's not over.
Oh no.
Problematic. Whatever, teammate. We'll keep NPing. But yeah, some of them were like, speaking of like alter egos, some of them are super easy if you can manipulate them. Other ones are just, I read the description and I go, I don't know what that means. I'll do this later.
Okay, I won in 2 turns. Was it just you have to break her bar? What? Oh, thanks.
Oh, you gotta proc her to force her to guts and come back? Okay.
I guess. But, you know, thumbs up, Seed and I.
Bond Quartz also important.
But no, I definitely agree. Like, I feel like whoever was designing these advanced quests, there's probably a few people, and they all have different, you know, design philosophies. Like, I was talking about this earlier, but I feel like the advanced quests usually fall into, like, 3 categories, like, fall into, like, 3 kind of categories. Well, actually, no, 4, because the 4th one is just beat up these servants, which is alright in its own sense, but not particularly inspired. Those are usually the, you know, the X ones. Their usual biggest mechanic is they take, you know, increased class like their class affinity bonus penalties are increased, and if they die, they usually give an on-death effect. I have usually brute forced every single one of them with Samurabuki. I think the only one I didn't do that one is the one that had the foreigner in it. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, the one of the extra ones I think I need to be doing is the one I also didn't, because I just, speaking of alter egos and also of their reverse pretenders, just brute force those. You're like, oh, increased class advantage, huh? What if I just used a universal tool? Everybody in chat, by the way, is like, well, not everybody, but there's a couple of comments about the werewolf one.
Yeah, no, but like, so
which I have read the description of and not tried.
No, but there's other ones which like the other 3 copies are like you either need to rely on your command deck to get a specific card combination. Because like this is how it works with the board fairies, Skahawk special training, and a couple others I can't remember off the top of my head. And some of those, like, I'm not necessarily saying like any of these particular methods are good or bad, but sometimes the way they're implemented is weird, because I have not been able to clear the Skahawk one yet, but I did the board fairy one's first try, even though I only had like 3 quick cards total in the entire 15 hand. All the units I was using just had 1 quick card, but I was still able to complete it, and I didn't have a bad time doing it.
No, that one is, despite the fact that they have a punish mechanic, that one's very forgiving.
Yeah. The other one is you basically got to stall into a certain point and then do lots of fucking damage. That's the Kiyohime one, that's the Hector one, that's there's a couple more I can't.
Stall type? Okay.
I can't think of the other ones. The Kirihime one actually tickled me because while she does, what was it, like 30? She has like 30 invincibilities, I believe, that you can clear with master skills and all that stuff. I took I had a Fire Yandere versus Fire Yandere, and I put Yang Guifei against her, and it worked pretty good. I put Honey Lake on her, and we're just like, go, do battle. It was actually pretty crazy. The Hector one wasn't too bad either because I pulled out my Dioscuri with that one, and we just kind of, like, it wasn't like any like major thing, but we just kind of vibed, and it worked out.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I think it was I did my Dioscuri who are MP2 and my my Saber Medusa because hey, guess what? She's a great unit for just standing firm, and I just beat him up until, you know, we sieged.
Yeah. But the third type is really weird gimmick. And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Well, actually, I'm gonna put the fucking and they're kind of it's kind of like a Venn diagram. But like the Medea diorama one, I tried that one. I literally went 30 turns on that one. I couldn't fucking do it. If you don't know, that one's the one where Medea is on the field, and she's invincible if she has ads on the field, but she constantly summons ad, and the ad she summons will have between 1 to 3 guts on them automatically, pretty much, depending on their class. Like, I think Archer gets 1, Assassin gets 2, Saber gets 3. It's something like that. But, so, like, it's really hard because, again, you literally cannot damage Medea. Literally immune to Pierce Invul and all that stuff unless you clear all the mobs, but the mobs are being summoned every round, and every round they're getting guts on top of them, and it's just all like, oh, I don't have the brain for this. I don't. Like, I tried the werewolf one, I didn't get it, but I kind of chalked that to me to not paying attention to the description right away. That probably didn't really tell me what I needed to do because the game's actually really bad about explaining to you one. Like, there's more, like, I was doing the Babbage one earlier, and it's all like, yeah, no, and I swear there's like 2 or 3 more mechanics in that one they just did not explain in that one. I was just like, ugh. I don't know.
But there's a decent number where they're like, oh, look for the tells. And you can do it. I'll probably not work on the Medea one. Talking about if buff removal would work.
I don't know. Like, I was actually thinking of pulling out my Barghest to see if her buff eating would work on the Skellimans at least. Because that might do it.
It's hard to tell because, like we said, some of these advanced quests are clearly designed to stop you from using classical strats, which is just tough. Like, right, you talked about you tried the Fion one, which I did not try because I looked at and I was like, man, I've been doing my advanced quests like late at night, you know, because we've been streaming Death Stranding 1 a lot and doing other streams and stuff. So like, I'm like, it's fucking 2 a.m. I don't want to figure out who's got a charm strat, like, because some of these make me feel like, I get that they're supposed to be advanced, obviously, like they're supposed to be for like higher level stuff, but also like, just, man, I just fucking, like, they feel like they're asking me to have like maxed all servants. Oh, hold on, I gotta see the stream preview going.
All right, who do I get? Who do I get?
Going gold.
Saber. Well then.
Oh, will it be Medusa?
Yeah.
Chwa. There it is, the cooler Medusa.
It was the cooler Medusa. Royal Presence. Under the Sun. All right, cool. Like I said, I mainly wanted to roll for, you know, maybe another Tiamat, but getting new Dusa, not a problem.
Means we got the same thing for GSSR.
Yeah. All right.
As from the recollection quest, I'm using your level 120 Tomomo Cat and all my Avengers to bully Super Baby Karen.
I should probably do that. Look at. I'm sorry. Just...
Yeah, no. This because I think she's the only 3-star that counts, at least for female. You get a lot of Jufus.
Get a lot of Jufu in there. Got a lot of Jufu.
That's another thing I like about the way a lot of GSSR polls work is it's very easy to manipulate the pools to get a shitload of a 3-star. So we have fun. But yeah, no, like I said, I didn't try the Fion one. I looked at it and they were like, "Hey, you should use Charm, I guess." And I'm like, "Oh God, I don't know if I got those guys. I don't know if I got a Charm setup, you know, because a lot of them feel like they're very particular, but also I, you know, do not have the particulars." Everybody gets to double check what Lucky. I love this interface, by the way.
I love it too.
But I'll say it again. This interface is great.
Well, let's see here. I do not have the Trunk Sisters. I do not have Saber Astolfo, Sigurd, Arthur, or Okita. But I think I'm gonna go with Ibuki here. Get more levels. This one's easy. Durga. Lancer.
I mean, you know, you can only roll limited units on the limited banners, so.
This one, I do already have an MP2 Tomomo, and that's pretty good. Like, I think I'll go with Melisina because I need to maintain my arts superiority. I don't have a Johanna, so I'm not too crazy about that. But no, talking about the Fia one, I did actually complete that one. I had to spend a single command still to pop up my commas brain health back to full. More health.
Got it.
But I was able to do it. But yeah, no, I basically was like, all right, commas, charm this man.
That would be the one. I mean, I do have both regular and summer comma. Take a crack at it because you get the equivalent of like 9 quartz every time you do it.
Yeah. All right now. Again, Lucky has a problem with rioters. I'm never entirely sure what to do with them.
This is a thing, honestly. Like, hey, everybody! Thanks for watching the Ash Wanted. It's out now. If you didn't see it, you can go check it out. It was #1 on the viewed, so you were watching it. That's good. But I talked about this with her as well, like talking about offensive casters, and I'm just like, I feel like because alter egos were like what, year 2, we've already like replaced them as my I don't use offensive casters.
Chat, you're right, Bakken.
Kind of a thing.
All right, let's see.
Bakken's a good one. I think I went that way myself. What the fuck does my screen cap say?
You know what? She's been putting in the work. She's level 100. She's like Bond 13. I should try for another one. Do I have every caster in the game? I do. I just realized that. Someone said that. I was like, what?
Yeah, they're all blue.
They're all blue. Assassin. No, comma. Gotta go for comma. Morgan. Get that MP5 Morgan. Alright, let's see here. Comma as well. We're not going to get a lot of Dracos, so we're going to go for the Dracos. Okay. I think we're set here. So, Ibuki, Durga, Melusine, Bakken, Castoria, comma, Morgan, comma, Draco. Let's see what happens!
See what goes.
No, but like the advanced quests are we'll speed it up there. The advanced quests are like can be fun and like enjoyable. Like the Dead Hazard one, I actually got a chuckle out of. Because it's like, you know, it's just Resident Ass Evil in FGO, and I was like, heh, who is it? It's another Castoria. She's MP2 now. Woo!
Good in pizza.
Yeah. But, oh, this is a new one. Hello there. I see your champagne. But, because that one was fun. Like it had like a little bit of story to you. Like you start in the market, make your way to like the mansion. Like, you know, a guy helps up, is like, here, take some treatment. But then in the next wave, he's been injured, he's been turned. You're like, no, support guy. You run into Subject X, and then when you beat it, it transforms, and then you fight the final boss. And I was like, no, that one was like very inspired, and while it did have its interesting mechanics and the infection and stuff, it's like it was fun to play. Same with the board fairy one, which you basically had to only hit them with certain command cards to get them to fuck off and leave, because they had like 1.5 HP each. But if you could hit them like, I think it's 9 times total with their preferred card,
yeah,
they just leave. And I'm like, that's inspired as well. It's like, yeah, I kind of have to play with my command duck and RNG, but it's not so punish. It's
one thing I did at least appreciate about that one was they had one command card that they liked, one they didn't like, and one that was effectively neutral.
Yeah,
so you didn't have to have a specific card chain every time.
Yeah, no, it was like, as I said, good. And like I said, you didn't have to get like the full chain on it, like I said, because I did that one with my arts team. And so like all my arts users only have like one quick card, so I would just, you know, pepper the one guy with cards. Basically, as long as you weren't using buster cards, you were fine. You wouldn't try proc their thing. And I was like, okay, cool. It has enough specificity bleh, to make it so that you have to actually, you know, work to get it, but doesn't unduly punish you for fucking up. Like the Kiyohime one, it made complete fucking sense. That's why I can't hate it. But the more female servants you bring, the more Kiyohime gets pissed off and gets buffed. Like I said, I had a fucking flame off between her and Yang Guifei, and it worked out because unlike the Medea one, you could just use a Pierce Envil on that fight and do damage to her. So again, I just equipped Honey Lake to Yang Guifei and just be like, go at it. It's good. So like,
I'll probably do something similar, yeah.
So like some of these like advanced quest are very inspired and fun to play, and their gimmicks, while challenging, are not overwhelming. And then there's other ones that just throw me off. Actually, let me go pull them up. Let me go pull them up here. Like,
yeah, I feel like I mentioned before, we were talking about a technical thing in the English spoiler chat, but I was like, I feel like it's it's a dartboard game design where like this is the one time they get to just do whatever, so they're throwing every kind of idea for a gimmick at the wall and seeing what sticks, and some of them just don't.
Since We're Taking a Wife was funny because it was another one that, you know, talks about female servants, but like you can brute force that one. But it's hilarious is when you beat them, they have dialogue. It's all like, can we start off as friends? One of them says, another one's all like, it's all like, I love that part about you anyway. And it's just like, so it's like this. Now writing, I think I brute forced. A lot of these, Bird Panic was hilarious. Oh my god. Basically this one, it's our Legend of Zelda reference. Ellie's in there and she has a fuck ton of guts, but every time you kill a chicken, you basically it does damage to you, but also takes away one of Ellie's lives. It's funny, but like normally it's very easy, but you just basically just beat up birds, chip away at Ellie, try to stay alive. But it actually has a second mode that if you do not attack the bird for like 3 turns, Ellie just goes, what's up with this fucking bird? Kills the bird, and then it summons even stronger birds. Literally has a field change and says, you know, the Rathas chicken has altered the world, and it's It gets a lot harder. I failed it completely, but I was just cackling my head off. I did not care. I did it regularly the next time. But it was, great. So again, another one of those that's inspired by something and, you know, translate to something quite interesting. Like I said, Hector, like I said, Dioscuri just kind of tanked that one out. Mystic Dry Eyes couldn't do because this is one of those ones where they're, invincible unless, you know, certain things are happening, and because you are on a timer, you kind of have to wait it out. But guess what? These are fucking archers. They have 3-turn fucking MPs, which do like 18k, even neutrally. So you're just all like, well, I guess I die. So I'm not entirely sure. Boom! Bone Shattering. Bone Shattering was interesting. I remember this one. This was another one of those, you know, there's a lot of mobs out here, and you basically have to kill the mobs to basically depower Darius there. There's some more mechanics to it, but like basically every time you killed one of the skeletons, Darius would get, you know, an attack buff, but I'm just all like, nah, man, brute force that stuff. So that probably was something more inspired and technical, but I was able to brute for it. 5-color Oni I beat. I remember this one. I didn't actually understand the mechanic of finding the blue color. I just killed all the Oni. The blue Oni showed up. I killed it. I'm just all like, I guess it dies.
You know, hey, if it works, it works.
Chivalry is another one of those interesting ones where, you know, different mobs get different buffs and stuff, but brute force that one. Little King was interesting in that they you needed to be poisoned in order to, you know, do good stuff, which led to a little bit of RNG, but it was doable. Again,
I think the reason why I didn't do Little King right away is because it's got a question mark, so it's like I don't know what class to bring.
Yeah. Oni's Backbone.
Test it out.
Oni's Backbone was really literally like a throwback to Rashomon.
Yep.
But again, they're like, if you like destroy both hands, you know, it'll piss off Ibaraki. And I'm just all like, but if I don't get rid of the hands will just summon each other over, then they'll start stealing my buffs, and I won't be able to do shit. So I was like, fuck it, Summer Ibuki. You know, drown her.
Yeah, I feel like some of these are supposed to be set up so that, like, they're just like, hey, don't just use your 3-turn farming team. Don't just, like, AoE sweep. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it's just like, no, fuck you, I'll do what I want.
How about I do anyway? So, Book Stories Chaldea version, I actually tried a couple times, and this is one of the ones that's infuriating me. Because basically, this is one of those ones.
I tried that last night. That's another command card one.
That's another command card one, but the thing is it punishes you for not being quick enough. Because how this one works is basically Kid Kill has 600k, and every time you destroy a book, it takes out 100k from him. The problem is the books are weak to a particular command card only, and if you take too long in killing them, they will heal themselves to full and then swap colors to something else. And if they swap, and if both books have the same color, they get a buff, and it fucking hurts. And I'm just all like, why are you punishing me? Stop.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, what do you want me to do? How am I supposed to do this faster? This is literally the RNG element, is command codes.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to say, well, I'm glad in menu you can check everybody's command deck now. You can't in servant selection, game. Please alter the UI of this 10-year-old app so I can see who's got what command cards if it's going to be so important.
Yeah. Like, again, Steam Power Ultra Analyst Machine, I feel like this one is explained super poorly. Like, I'm pretty sure you are supposed to take out the hands in some...
Several people in chat said that it had bonus stuff, yes.
Stuff. I'm just like, ugh. Town of Rules was okay. Like I said, like, it was interesting because, evil servants would get punished, but actually, was it actually explained?
It probably mentions, at the very least, something like, you know, look at your servants.
Oh no, okay, it was. I didn't read it properly then. But this one here is if you have good servants, or, well, neutral/good servants in here, they get a buff block on them. But if you have a servant that has evil in there, they'll get periodically stunned. Which, like, again, I kind of got a little fucked over on when I first did it because I didn't read it properly. That was me. That was my bad. That's why I wanted to double check it to make sure it didn't. But I was still able to clear it by, you know, brute forcing it with a Buki. Great Spinning Earth and Sky. I did this one. This is one of the other ones that really spin it. Yeah, no, you're supposed to just fucking sit and wait while fucking Fergus, you know, wails on you for a bit until, you know, you have the moment where you can hit him. Which kind of...
Sitting and waiting is really weird, because, like, yes, there are some servants that are designed to stall out, but also, like...
Oh, Draco?
It's tough.
I might try that. I could try that.
Also, well, good for you! Everybody being like, oh, I just cheesed it with Draco. Good for you!
I can't say shit. I got an MP3 Draco. Good for me!
Yes, good for you. You tried. You put in the effort. And you tried to get another one in Destiny Order, but I whiffed, so... It's like... Not to throw too much shade, but it reminds me of, like, there was a comment a couple of weeks ago when I talked about how tough Las Vegas is, and everybody was like, oh, the easiest way to do Las Vegas is curse threats with the Doman. And I want to be like, do I look like I own an Ashia Doman? Do you think I willingly roll for Ashia Doman? I've been doing this show for 8 years. Hello?
All right, but let's And
it's one of those things, right? Like I said, it's like some of them are easier, some of them are better to brute force, but I feel like a lot of this just like tests your ability to own every servant at a high level. Which obviously is something you can test, but it is a little annoying in the game design phase. Oh, what the fuck was I doing? I was throwing Shakespeare in the front row. Sorry, I'm trying to do all those missions where I have to put a guy in the front row.
Put a guy in the front row. We're gonna do... Ooh! But we're gonna do a 10 spin with tickets real quick for Ash and see how we go.
David's cool, but I'm getting tired of seeing that fucking CE. I think I've gotten like 6 or 7 copies total.
Oop, it's a servant. Not a gold servant. Speak of the devil, it's Babbage. But
yeah, actually, I had exactly 10 tickets to start for Ash, and but I feel like 9 out of 10 of those I got like a servant. It was all like 3 stars, but it was crazy.
Crazy. No, so the advanced quests, they have hands, like, and again, I feel like there was like 3 to 4 people designing them separately, and they just brought them together. And I don't know if like how well they were tested. I'm gonna be real. Like, some of them I feel like, alright, I can understand what I'm supposed to do here. And other ones I'm just like, nah, don't got it. Come back later.
I'll figure it out later.
I will try to probably complete more on stream once we get moving right along.
Well, with that topic thoroughly set up, that was technically the pro tip, everybody. Do this for 40 minutes. Like I said, I put in parentheticals. I knew it would be a secret discussion topic. Let's check in. Did you finish your master missions? Very important if you want that sweet, sweet quartz frags. And they're going to be real easy to do. Your master missions this week are acquire 15 EXP drops, acquire 30 EXP drops, defeat 5, and then 10 servants, defeat 15 enemies with the Earth attribute, defeat 15 humanoid enemies, a.k.a. please do dailies.
Do your dailies.
It's anniversary, do dailies. Get EXPs, get things.
It's a servant. Will it be gold? Nay, it's abs. I saw another 100 abs.
Well, that's one of the servants you need to put in your front row.
I think I'm getting like 1 for 1 on frickin'
Paris.
Boo. All right, this will be the last one.
Assassin and Archer. Sorry, Chad, if I'm stalling a little. It's I have to do that thing where I need to use my brain, and I need to remember what I told myself I was putting literally 5 seconds ago. Matahari Paris. Okay. Now we can move on to skelograms, because I've activated the part of my brain that requires active comprehension of languages. Now I just push buttons. Skelly Rams. The news. We stalled it out for the extra day. Very well deserved for the anniversary, because otherwise this would be pretty straightforward. Not bad, per se, but a little straightforward, because JP's got their new event going on right now, which is Indra's Great Trials. Started the 2nd of July, ending the 14th of July. It's a Lotto event.
Lotto!
It's a little late this year, but it's Lotto. Only requires Fuiki Clear, but may involve Part 2 spoilers. It has both time gates and gates where you need to make so many Lotto rolls in order to progress. I do believe they are single rolls, not like total boxes. But yeah, you do need to be rollifying. Oh, also, yes, sorry. If you're curious about it, normally you can rewind live streams. I usually turn off the enable DVR feature in YouTube because that can cause some very weird buffering. Streamers have complained a little that sometimes it gets a little goofy.
Goof.
You'll be able to see the whole VOD later. The VOD will stay up, and also I will post the audio for patrons, so apologize for that any inconvenience. But yes, so you got to roll the Lotto, and you got time gates to continue. It's not out yet, but there's a simplified costume in shop, so we're going to see what that is. A lot of people are hoping for something Vitra-related. We do have a small Vitra. It is a simplified costume, so it's not that.
Yeah.
For sure, but we're hoping we get some extra Vitra action, because it is Indra. And yes, SSR Lancer Indra joins. Profile's not translated yet, so I don't know how he can be here other than just he said so. That happens with servants sometimes. But we'll have more new servant deets later. Also, we got a Wanajina summon at the end there. But yes, Arjunappa. It was not Zeus.
I
It was
mean,
another purple and gray lightning man.
Purple and Gray Lightning Man that might be kind of a shitty father and really likes to spread his love around.
A womanizer and fond of the sacred wine. Oh no, he has a passive for that. Literally. So yeah, that's a fun one. But we've got to, Lotto ourselves. Also, he's once again setting records in, breaking servant sprite state. In his first servant sprite, he's riding on a giant elephant statue head, which is supposed to be Airavata. And then in his second ascension, he turns his Vajra into Smoles. His third ascension is currently locked, so we're having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But of course, this immediately flows into the Lancer Grand Duel pre-release, started the 5th, going until the 22nd. So you're going to have Lancer exchange tickets every day, which you can exchange for Lancer Math statues and skill gems. All the usual stuff. I will double-check the Discord to make sure I'm talking about all the usual stuff. Let me look at our lovely news desk channel. But it's going to be all Lancer interludes available, double EXP, triple suck chance for all Lancers, all Lancer-focused training grounds and Ember gatherings will be open during this time period and are half AP, and there is a trial quest for Lancers. Level Lancers, everybody.
It's important.
And this extended interest banner, actually, they just decided to extend it to the 22nd. And we are getting the other banners for every other Lancer. And Grand Duel Lancer will commence 7/16.
Oh, actually, I wonder who they're going to use. It's got to be Skahawk. If it's not Skahawk, I'm going to be upset.
Let's see. I mean, because we're not necessarily using newer servants. We're using classic old standbys. Skahawk's a perfect fit, I think. Like, because we did, Shinman Musashi. We did Big Ass Herc. Super Skahawk seems like a perfect fit. But yeah, that's your JP news. We're still trucking, but that should be, you know, the event for July, and then the
actually,
Grand Duel.
Actually, you say Roma, but if it's fucking Leonidas, I will not be upset either.
That could be another cute one. I mean, it could be RQ, but so this will be our first chance to actually have the Grand Duel be against a class we actually saw. It seems like they are picking the banners based on when they're going to have new servants, so the plan is to not have any more SSR Sabers, it sounds like, until the part is over.
Yeah.
If I'm understanding how they're arranging the Grand Duels, because they did Lancer after Indra, so he would still qualify, you know, to make sure you've got all your opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And also, yeah, to answer chat's question, I said this earlier. No, they are extending his banner, so he's gonna have a very long summon banner. For us, because of the way the timing for events works, because obviously we're gonna need Indra out before Anniversary, so he can be on the GSSR upcoming. We may actually get 2 separate banners for him. We'll see how they actually schedule it out. But this is the way it worked out was that we have had no hide nor hair of a Grand Saber in FGO at all. I think during Madame Prez's Dream Flashback, they used a silhouette for Artoria, but we've never, like, tried anything at all in the game. Big question mark. Berserker is weird because that should be Tezcatlipoca, but obviously our summoned version is Assassin because of, you know, fuckery. So this will be the first time we're doing a Grand Duel against a character where we've seen a Grand Lancer in story already. So yeah, we'll see. It could be RQ, or it could be, like I said, I think for the duel, Skahak is probably a pretty good competitor. All right, and now I have my big, long list of anniversary stuff. Woo! I wrote this as Albert was speedrunning it, so I apologize if my notes are a little rushed. There'd be times when I would, like, check our Discord and, like, tune out and stuff and come back. All right. Sorry, setting up my final farming embers and doing my final front row run. Amadeus Salome. Amadeus.
Also, yes, it's yes, Castorian Herc share a sword. It is an actual Arthurian legend. People love borrowing stuff from other legends.
I'm not even sure if, because guess what, chat? The phrase Marmiados, not super Greek. So I don't even know if that is, like, attested or if it was just like, yes, King Arthur's legendary sword, Marmiados. It once belonged to Hercules, don't you know? My source? Fuck off.
Again, I've talked about this. That is a lot of, you know, classic mythology. Sources? I made it the fuck up. I'm writing fan fiction.
Before, but it's very relevant talking about Herc and stuff. The reason why I think Heracles and like Zeus is in a lot of legends as well and stuff like that is culture hero stuff is very funny and basically boils down to it's kind of like wanting a cool homegrown sports team. You want the guy who founded your city to be a really cool badass. Some of them had very specific myths. In other cases, it's just like, oh yeah, that guy, he sounds cool. He founded our city, totally. When did he do that? In between this thing and the other thing? Listen, Herc did 12 things, man. He had to go all over the place. He could have accomplished many things in that time. And I feel like the British version of that is entirely either the Arthuriana or like the legendary Angles and Saxons.
I feel like some fucking poet or scholar is just screaming from the rooftops, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence!
Yeah.
You can't prove that it didn't happen!
Let's also never mind getting into the fact about, like, I've talked about this before, my old pal Ovid. Guys, art is sometimes political. Weird, I know. But all the Greek myths where you just assume that the gods were being shitty, that's probably Ovid's fault. That was a political statement. You don't think of it that way because that was in Rome literally 2,000 years ago, but it was. Humans have been doing this for a long time. But yes, anniversary stuff.
And stuff.
As always, these are quote-unquote 10 campaigns, but Albert said more than 10 things. The number of bullet points for the 10-part campaign is bigger than 10. First of all, we're doing a special accrued login bonus. Log in a total of 10 times for stuff, including 10 tickets, and including 3 million QP every day. Very appreciated that. Also, during this time period, we've got triple Super Suck chance. Speed you along your way. Speedway.
Speedway. Speedwagon.
Speedwagon. Yeah, somebody in chat talking about Durandal. That's another one where, like, Durandina actually is something that is somewhat Greekish. But I don't think Hector's spear was named in the Iliad.
Sabreduce, don't show me those eyes.
No, Sabreduce is great. Somebody posted a like video from Hollow Ataraxia earlier, reminding everybody that Dusa can be very sexy when she wants to.
Like I said, I do believe in some, like, I remember commenting about this. I do believe in, like, I can't remember if it was some routes of Hollow Ataraxia or was, like, Heaven's Feel. Nah, Shiro and Medusa do the boinking. I don't know if it was, like, for magical energy or reasons, but, doesn't matter. Had sex.
Heaven's Feel, I think there's some dream sequences could be that way.
No, yeah, I think it was in a dream that she did it. That's right.
Yeah, it was a dream thing. Which may or may not have been real. We don't know.
I don't know.
Dreams are weird. Got replaced by other stuff for her getting magical energy in the Steam release. But I also believe, I'm pretty sure in Hollow Ataraxia, there's straight up bonus scenes. That's going to be interesting because we did do, Fate news and stuff. I feel a little bad that, like, Albert did, like, the full speech on that part and had to speedrun the actual FGO information because, quite frankly, there was not a lot of new Type Moon information in the panel. They mostly just use it as a holding area to show trailers for games that came out last year. Or earlier. Like, they ran a promo for Witch of the Holy Night, for Tsukihime. There was a guy who was, like, asking for that Tsukihime Remake Part 1, Steam release. Albert had no new news about that. Talked about, like, season pass stuff, for Samurai Remnant being complete, which is not brand new, but is still relevant to, keep people in the loop.
My Saber Giles? I mean, my Caster Giles only MP3? Huh. Wait, when did I get another one?
He is story locked, I believe, so.
Oh, okay.
That kind of stuff can happen.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But yeah, no, that's fine. I was clicking buttons as you were clicking master missions. But yeah, the like promo and stuff also did, Fate Stay Night Remastered, obviously. It did end with a reminder that Hollow Ataraxia Remastered is coming soon. I'm going to guess if they're saying coming soon, probably next month during the JP FGO Fez. So yeah, there was basically no new news in there, which was funny because, like, it was just Albert alone on the stage, kind of slow rolling. But yes, I'm very interested to see how Hollow Ataraxia goes because as a fan disc, that's kind of like nebulously canon. Like, as a writer, Nasu doesn't really like retcons. I feel like honestly, this is part of the reason why we kind of have the like world lines and shit. Is just Nasu can always say that wasn't a retcon, alternate timeline. If the continuity doesn't line up, alternate timeline. Yeah, which is his prerogative. I understand. Some people don't like retcons. I personally think when you've been in a franchise for 20 years, you can use your editorial power to smooth out early installment weirdness.
But you just say a presser, it's all like, that shit I wrote back then, it was stupid.
I changed my mind. I got better. Like, if I was Nasu wrote some great stuff when he was younger, but they weren't all bangers. Like, not everything was LB6. So, like, you can be like, nah, I got better at this, homie. God, complete aside, but this reminds me of, you probably have not seen this meme, Lucky, which is probably for your betterment, because the original source might annoy you. But, chat, if you've been on Twitter and seen Orc posting or City of Orcs posting, this is a meme that's very funny. It came from a guy who tried to, like, pick a vicarious fight with Hideo Kojima, being like, listen, if you think Hideo Kojima's writing is deep and stuff, he made a fat guy who blows up bombs and roller skates called Fat Man. First of all, everybody was immediately like, yeah, he's named after the nuclear bomb, dickhead. Which he absolutely is. But also, apparently that guy wrote a novel, which somebody screen capped the first chapter. It's not great. It's about, like, the Elf King looked out over the Orc city that was in fire. He said, there is nothing more detestable than the Orc. And, like, it's very baby's first writing. So everybody has just been clowning on that guy.
Yeah, don't try to start a fight if you're not ready for it. Oop, wait, nope, I didn't mean to do that.
And, like, listen, Hideo Kojima's naming convention is just, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be funny. Like, it's very boilerplate. Tarman is called Tarman. He's the tar guy. Dollman's called Dollman. He's a doll. You know?
I think, honestly, there's probably commentary on that of just, you know, on commentary, it's all like, does a name tell you who a person is, really? And then Kojima just went, let's go literal with that. And something.
Everybody clowned on Die Hardman. That, I think, is a two-part. One, there's actually quite a lot going on with Die Hardman. But the second is also, it's a reference to the movie Die Hard, which I know Hideo Kojima has seen and likes. Funnily enough. The one you should pick a fight on is Hot Coldman from Peace Walker, who is like, his whole thing is he's trying to make the Cold War go hot. That's probably the most on the nose, because that guy literally has no other characterization and no deeper backstory. Like, that's it. That's literally all there is to him, because he's not actually important to the plot. Like, his name is just, oh yeah, it's the guy who wants to make the Cold War go hot. Right. Hot Coldman. But what Peace Walker is actually about is the AI weapons. But anyway, yeah, so naming is fun. But yes, Nasu has done some actual rework stuff that's been, like, out there. Like, somebody in the chat brought this up. He did, you know, he did rework Mahoyo from like a rough draft into a visual novel later.
Yeah, because Mahoyo was actually one of his first works that is now, you know, a secret treasure among, you know, the fans getting an original copy.
Tsukihime is getting a remake, but obviously that is still, like, because that includes, like, new characters and stuff, is, I think, supposed to be another alternate continuity retelling type shit. Like, you know, it's not meant to replace stuff. So what I'm saying is Hollow Ataraxia's canonicity is always been variable, but it'll be really interesting because there definitely was some extra smut for the sake of smut in there because it was a fan sequel. Like, it was a fan disc, so it was meant to be like, hey, you guys bought a shitload of Fate Stay Night. Here's just some stuff we didn't have time for in the main. Check this out. So it'll be really interesting. Let's see, where was I? We're still in Anniversary. Have It Be Dailies and Have It Be Bleached Earth Quest. All dailies are unlocked. We'll take that Bleached Earth stuff.
Yes.
especially because spoilers for later. One of the extra things also is class score missions.
Yes, also important.
So we'll keep that in mind. But here's a new permanent update.
Yeah.
Servants in your front row. Sorry, I was holding my phone and just got a buzz. That was PlayStation letting me know something on my wish list is on sale. Probably not. I just spent like $40 on FGO. But permanent update: servants in your front row get 20% bond.
Yes. Yes.
If you put a guest or support, they give everybody 4%. So yeah, we're keeping that going on. Albert very pointedly said that bond levels will once again be important in a couple of years.
A little sassy about it.
Yeah. Albert was pretty funny about clairvoyance and stuff. He talked about a few things. But yeah, so we've got our bond update. There's some limited time master missions for various things. I literally just did some of them just now. Some of them are to put servants in your front row. Some of them are to do like story clearance stuff. But if you already caught up with that, you've got it. You know, you don't need to worry about it. Here's a big one. I think it was this slide went by very fast, but I believe plus 100 storage slots in every area, basically.
It was. I remember this one. It didn't go fast because people broke out into raucous, terrifying cheering at that one. So no, but yes, no, yes, more stuff.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. I need to go buy that. I always need more space.
Well, and if you're picking them up in the Mana Prism shop, it will be easier because we'll be getting some extra stuff there and several other things going on with Master Prisms. We have the new increased permanent Master Mission, so basically all of your old permanent Master Missions have been stacked up. Let me return to menu and see. So your extra missions. So new ones for rank up quests, new ones for interludes, new ones for free quests, and then of course the advanced quest and class score ones were added as well. So you can work on that for various other things. Just going through the limited master missions tab, there's a lot. Yeah, you got to complete story stuff.
Sorry, I'm just like
more limited time master missions for QP and SP.
I didn't know I could spin the globe this hard. I'm just all like, yeah. I'm just thinking about the master on the bridge of the fucking storyboarder just playing with it, and Da Vinci's just like, stop that. Yeah. God damn it.
Yeah. It is a little thing you can touch, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm full up on these things anyway. I want to get rid of them.
Let's see, where was I? Right. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself because the way these were broken up was like limited time master missions, permanent master missions, limited master missions again. It's because they're separate campaigns because the extra limited time master missions for QP and SQ were related to story clearance because half AP is now permanent through LB7 and Leyline Stones are coming back. So if you are behind on story, feel free to get in there. Let me actually, I did not write this down at the time, but let me pull up the wiki. Because it's time for rank up quests. We'll be going live. I don't think they're up yet. But there'll be a new block of rank up quests, so let me go check what those are. Also, yes, no, that's what they asked about the Steam thing. It's very weird to me that, like, because, like, Mahoyo is everywhere. Fate is only Steam and Switch. Ataraxia is going to be Steam and Switch. No PlayStation console ports, which is very funny because the Fate Stay Night Remastered, I believe, is based on the PS2 port, which cut out all the porn.
No, it's true. I think it's because on the Switch, there is actually a like fairly large like visual novel library, like even in like English and stuff. You can get a lot of visual novels on the Switch. Maybe they don't.
Yeah,
like,
and I know that they actually like re-released some old ones. The like Famicom Detective Club was like remasters of old school visual novels on the Famicom. They were on Switch, so like it makes sense. It's just interesting to me. It's funny that like Type Moon and Fate gets like a really big international pop off, and I didn't take any notes on this, but there was a decent preamble with our guests talking about like what it's like coming to America and seeing the Fate fan base at like AX and other events, you know?
Yeah.
So like obviously, you know, there's a little bit of a big pop, you know, and Kosumi-san and Suruoka-san were here again. And, you know, like, did get emotional a couple times talking about how it is. But there's definitely, I still feel like Nasu and some of the core Type Moon guys are still kind of playing to the old schools, like to the diehards, you know, because I'm sure the Switch market for visual novels is very big in Japan because the Switch is super big in Japan. Whereas, like, I mean, like, I can understand not having, like, a PS5 port because that is a much smaller install base, even in Japan still. But, like...
Well, I think it's one of the things of, like, visual novels.
Interesting.
Visual novels, I think, are best in a, you know, portable situation. You want to be able to, you know, take it with you to read. Like this is one of my problems with, like, trying to play it right now. If I'm at home, I don't necessarily want to sit and read a visual novel and stuff, because me and my ADD brain, I'm like, there's like a dozen things I want to be doing at once. But if I'm like on the bus, in transit somewhere, walking somewhere, I can, you know, pop it out and read as I go. So, no, personally, like, you know, I think it is a bummer, but like, I honestly don't think that the you know, the home console market is necessarily where it is for visual
no, but
novels.
it's interesting because they have been making sure to do Steam, but as chat brought up, Tsukihime Part 1 is still not on Steam. They've talked about they're still planning on it, but it is definitely a case of, like, it started that way as an anti-piracy measure. It was only on consoles because Nasu has straight up said, yeah, if we put this on Steam, everybody could get it. And,
Also,
and I'm kind of curious about, like, not bringing it to the broader audience.
Also, I'm gonna be real, not putting your fucking visual novels on PC seems super fucking weird to me, as, like, visual novels on PC.
We can talk about how the Switch is a good VN machine, but, like, VNs were built on PC. That's where the original Tsukihime and Fate Stay Night are. Like,
you know, on your
weird.
fucking discs and stuff. It's like, it's weird to me not to have visual novels on PC.
So hopefully they'll do that. What I'm guessing is that probably whenever they're ready to announce that Part 2 is coming out, which I don't know when that will be, but that's also when Type Moon and Nasu will announce. And we're also putting the first part on Steam, so you can, like, catch up. But yeah, it's really interesting. Anyway, I have pulled up the rank up quests.
Yeah.
This is a fun one. Our first one, which should be tonight, is going to be Saber Altar and Jaguarman. It's going to be, for Saber Altar anyway, it's going to be her Mana Burst. Which will be upgraded to be 3 times 3 turns. Also gives her a 3 times 3 turns ability where if she attacks with Buster cards, she gets 10% NP. And she just gets to ignore Invincible for 3 turns.
That's rad.
Yeah. And then Jaguarman's Buster, her Mana Burst equivalent is also getting buffed. Her Jaguar Punch!
Punch!
Oh, this is a good buff. They're increasing the amount of stars it generates from a cap of 15 to a cap of 30, but also she just makes it Forest Battlefield for 3 turns, thank you. Thank God. Servant terrain effects is good, setting their own terrain effects, I should say.
Yeah.
Next will be Bradamante and William Tell.
Okay.
So let's see, which is it buff for Bradamante?
Ooh, I'm gonna have a rough time on turn 3. Look at all these cards I have here.
Is it her third skill or her NP? It's one of those. And I believe it tells, yeah, he doesn't have any other rank up. So it's tells second skill, his arts buff will be adding, yeah, that was just increased arts for 3 turns and made him debuff immune for 3 turns, which is good, but a little minimal. So the new skill will grant him grant enemies a marking debuff if they have evasion status.
Oh.
And then another debuff where it checks them by adds marking if they add an evasion buff at the end of their turn. And this is just basically the buff sticks around for 3 turns, so it makes it so that his NP's bonus damage, which he's remind everybody, his NP does bonus damage to enemies who have the evasion status. It gives him ignore evasion for 1 turn, so it doesn't matter. But basically, I think the idea is that if enemies activate their evade, but you're not ready to NP turn yet, they get a debuff so that you still apply that bonus damage to them.
Okay.
Which is a good one. Because otherwise you could, you know, whiff. Let's see. New window. Sorry, hold on. Let me make that tab. But next will be classic Mama Raiko and Hans. Let's see. I'm gonna guess it's Raiko's Mana Burst. Yeah. Just makes her Mana Burst Lightning 3 turns and is a 30% battery.
That's right. I remember being like excited for that one.
Yeah, it's because it gives her a battery and it stretches out that buff. Basically, this I think is the it's not every single buff, but a lot of these are just, oh, you did Mana Burst for 1 turn. Nah, that's not good enough anymore.
It's not.
Like the game is designed around 1 turn burst to avoid 1 turn burst damage now. So which is it for Hans? Yes, this should be strengthened 2. This will be his human observation. Oh, that's right. I remember this one. This one's fun. I'm pretty sure this one is the new one. Which is, so it gives the whole party critical up for 3 turns, and that's been increased from 40% to 50%. Nice round numbers.
Yay.
And also is the one where he gives everybody different buffs based on their alignment.
Oh, okay.
So good servants get 3 turns of star generation up. Neutral servants get 20% maximum of NP gen up. Evil servants get 20% NP damage up. And if they do not have those, they get 20% crit damage up. So Summer, Insane Bride, etc. All these are 3 turns. So it gives him some cute utility with the squad. I will also say, chat talking about how, like, yeah, the original, the first Switch 1, did have a very robust emulation effort. But like I said, Nasu said this a couple years ago. And you have to remember that through no fault of Type Moon, really, but in the West, Tsukihime and Fate Stay Night spread through piracy. You did not buy those Japanese discs and put them in your PC. You downloaded the game, you downloaded a fan translation. So I think that's more what he's about, is, you know, he and the money people are concerned that the game will, like, there was a lot of effort to do, will traverse on PC the same way because that's what the culture is, rather than specifically like there is, because there is absolutely a piracy culture on Switch 1, which is why Nintendo on the Switch 2 has the power to kill your Switch.
The kill switch.
Yes, quite. But like I said, you know, it's one of those things.
Oh god, that just reminds me of my fucking dream I had last night. Sorry, I need to write it down.
Yes, as predicted, Karna is getting a buff next. That's going to be his Mana Burst Flame. Will get buffed. Also now it's 3 turns, and it also extends his his NP damage buff on that is also 3 turns, and it also gives him 3 turns of quick buff for the same amount as his Buster buff. So just giving him some more consistent. Let's see.
Dream
so
character.
Okita should get her Summer Okita, I should say, should get her 3rd skill buffed. That was her quick buff. It now is a 20 to 30% battery and increases her star gen, or her NP gen for 3 turns by 30%. Funny.
Gonna MP harder, faster, stronger.
Yeah, just we're still in the phase where a lot of servants are getting 30% buffs. But regular Anastasia gets a buff. Let me guess. It's to her. Oh no, it's to her battery. So she chooses it. So the buffed version. Oh, they're making it so it's a chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn, and it also gives all enemies 3 turns of 20 to 30% arch resistance down. Ooh, also they reduced the cooldown by 1 turn. That's good, because that's also her 50% battery. So Anastasia should be better to do some extra speedball.
Speedball!
Summer Kyo's only buff? Okay, cool. So
Summer Kyo's actually
getting a buff.
Summer Kyo's pretty good at what she does, even though she was like a year. Well, she was a Summer 1 servant, I guess, but no, she was pretty good at what she did.
Her original first skill just does one thing, which just reduces enemies' crit chance for 3 turns. So now it does burns everybody for 5 turns.
Fire strats.
For 500 to 1k. Is a 20% battery for herself, and also on normal attacks, she applies 5 turns of 50% spreading fire.
Yeah, now she's gonna get even more burny.
So we're spreading the burn strats around. Speaking of Summers, Summer Abigail's getting a buff. That one's probably a little overdue. Let's see, which one is it? Her... Okay, yeah, so she's going to get her Mass Hysteria's buffed. It now increases her Buster performance for 3 turns as well. Which is good, because her damage was super anemic.
Let's do some rolling. Let's do 3. Let's do 3 10 spins real quick. See if anything pops.
My friend, Magicardo getting buffed.
Friendo. Wait, I have 10 tickets again? Oh, I bought them. That's right. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Mana Prism Shop. So his Brink Shot got buffed. His 2nd skill. That's the one that's going to be used at 50% HP or less. And so previously it was 1 attack, 1 turn. And then he dies. It's now just 1 turn of the attack and crit buff. It also removes defensive buffs from enemy when attacking.
Who is it? It's Fergus.
And then our last buffs. First, Summer Artoria, the classic, speaking of Summer 1 servants. Is this her first rank?
No.
What up?
Spook!
Gold Caster Spark into... Let's go.
You evil man!
Sorry, saying that for the people at home who aren't watching the stream. Yeah, this looks like this is Summer Artoria's only rank up. So her first skill's getting buffed. That was party-wide arts and defense up. Now it's a 20 to 30% battery, and also gives her sure hit for 3 turns.
You love to see it.
Just, increasing consistency of NPing. And I'm pretty sure... Okay, no, this is the... Gawain already has Knightless Charisma, so this is his NP buff. Just in time for that summer.
Nice.
So, this is increased NP damage, obviously.
Min-ass roll.
And now, if you're on a Sunlight battlefield, he gets 3 turns of star absorption, and 50% critical damage on Buster cards for 3 turns.
Okie dokie.
So gives Gawain some follow-up. And again, that's very relevant because they've already announced he's going to be at Summer. So there's what your rank ups will be. Let's see. Old event CEs are being added to the MP shop, including the legendary Golden Sumo.
Golden Sumo. I saw a lot of people excited about that.
I cannot tell you... Okay, so if you don't know what Golden Sumo is an event CE from a long, long time ago. I think it was a year 1 CE. But the effect is but simple. At MLB, 50% starting charge, and it's like, what, 30% attack up? 20% attack up? It's pretty big. That's all it is. It's just attack up and 50% starting NP. But it is like the easiest CE to recommend in the game because attack up's just attack up, y'all. Anybody can use attack up if you're trying to deal damage. So that's another good one. Another one that's being added to this that is very good as well is Decapitating Bunny 2018. That is a 5-star CE, which does quick up, but also permanently gives you Pierce Invul. And that's just another good one. We love to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 15% attack, so not crazy high, but still pretty good. Adding a new feature to increase your Mana Prism stuff, because we got bonus items in the monthly shop as well. Another min-ass roll. Sorry, I'm doing a couple of rolls myself. I spent some tickets, didn't get anything. Now we're spending some more St. Quartz. But you also now get Mana Prisms whenever you spend St. Quartz on a summon. This includes paid or free. Just increasing that Mana Prism economy. And we got the GSSR. Sorry, I got a new CE average one. It's a Rin retrain. Fucking mins.
Mins!
I mean, not min because there was a 5-star CE in there, but it's still bad. It's not a lot of action. This is not boding well, with the summer coming mid-July. Luckily, there's lots of things out there to pick up stuff. But it's 15 paid St. Quartz for the GSSR. It's in blocks since 5th anniversary is what they're aiming for. They've also adjusted the SR rate when there are 2 or more SR servants up. The rate up went from 1.2 to 1.4. So almost 50-50 shot if you roll an SR to get a rate up servant when there's 2 of them. Oh, Gold Saber. Is that my first Saber Deerman? Yes, it is. Heroic Spirit summoned. There's that guy.
And that guy.
No, that's new at least. We also got the Destiny Order summon. You guys have already seen our results of that. The memorial quests are ongoing for summon tickets and your CE exchanges. That started a little early. Da Vinci Shop, which I misspelled in my notes, is getting expanded inventory. So basically, for Mana Prisms, you're going to be able to buy some gold foes now. And Beast Paws. Alright, my last 10 spin with my current set of St. Quartz chat.
Yes.
Continues to be 4 quadrillion 4-star CEs.
As you do.
Oh, lag. Servant. Gold card caster. We're in there, chat.
He's in there.
It was my literal last 10 spin, so that's... Oh, like I said, I bought Quartz in the middle there. That's still got to be nearly 5 hundo for MP1. Not great.
And how it be?
Well, that means I can focus on doing bonus missions to get all the extra event St. Quartz for summer then.
Let's see here.
But yes, no, once again, chat talked about it. I'll recommend again. Decapitating Bunny's super important. Alright, let's close FGO for a little bit.
Alright, let's actually...
Got a lot of leveling up to do.
I don't like
We
this.
have several new servants to level up now, chat. So that's an Ash, that's a MHXA, and Saber Demon tagged along.
Sorry, I'm a little miffed at this advanced quest because they gimp my healing. I'm just all like, guys! I need that!
God, healing is so... Healing's already not good at FGO. Why would you fuck with it?
Fuck you. Strong-ass defenses.
We love a good hard defense in this house. Let's see. Oh, old Mana Prism CE exchange will be free if you've cleared certain chapters. So basically, they no longer cost Rare Prism exchange to unlock the old store CEs. You still have to pay Mana Prisms for them, obviously, but this should mean that you can access classic stuff to get, you know, extra bond, extra QP, extra master EXP, etc. We did get a preview of summer 2025. Once again, that's coming mid-July.
That's not far.
No. I mean, as usual, because we have to move heaven and earth to put everything in front of the anniversary, that was our next event anyway. But mid-July is still not great. Let's hope they give us a little bit of breathing room, but that could really be anywhere from, like, I want to say, like, the week of, like, the 13th to, like, the week of the 20th, and that might even be a little close to late. So you probably, I want to say, probably, you know, a couple weeks from now it'll start.
Probably.
So that means next week we should have our pregame, just so you're caught up.
I'm super excited. Super excited.
Yeah, they made sure to talk about how it's going to be written by Nasu. And they showed off first banners, which is Summer Suzuka, Summer Chloe, Summer Artoria Caster, the Berserker.
Bakatoria, as many people call her.
Hope Will Camelot. We did get outlines for the other ones, which is like, yeah, it's the Tamlin. And they also, to remind you how themed this is, we are finally getting the Knights of the Round Boys summer costumes.
Yay.
It's only been like 5 fucking years. I think it's actually been 4? When was Servant Summer Fez? It was early.
That was 3.
That was 3, so it has been 5 years. Jesus. It still might be more like 4, because we didn't have a summer right away. But yes. Showed all that off. Obviously, Ash the Savior Banner, aka Ash the Rain Witch, aka Summer Morgan. Every ascension is slightly different. I'm literally utilizing YouTube's feature. For the first time, I put 3 thumbnails on the test. I literally made a version of the wanted thumbnail for every ascension. We'll see which one people like better, if any. Because the test results can be no difference.
I think everyone's all excited.
Yeah, it should be a good time. And also, there were social media rewards. The campaign for 20 Saint Courts was good enough. And also, we got 80 because it's the 8th anniversary to make a nice round 100 Saint Courts straight up. Which is pretty good for just straight up rewards, you know, no extra things tacked on.
Yeah.
Well, that's the news.
All right, doing this one's not too much a pain in the ass, except for the lack of healing. Otherwise, this one's just fine. Like, yeah, if you use a big ass AOE, particular servant can't MP for 3 turns, but it's just that one. So my other servants can MP all they want, or I can use another one. And the things, yeah, and if you take out the books, they give you buffs, which you can then use on the instructor. So no, this one's a little annoying, but I don't dislike it. I think this one actually is fairly well made. It has its quirks, but it also has its benefits. You don't necessarily need a hyper-tuned team for this one, which is good. Let's see here. Yeah, because if you don't have necessarily, like, sorry, I'm discussing my own like little game theory here, but like if you don't have the perfect cards here, you can spend those times, you know, beating up the books to get buffs instead of, you know, potentially, you know, wasting damage on that dude. The only thing you want to make sure is you're taking out the guys with the bonds, because those are bad. And whenever you get 3 turns is actually a lot of time to build up a servant's, you know, MP gauge, as long as they're not dying. So, no, like, even though this one is taking a while, like I'm at 9 turns here, I don't feel necessarily frustrated with it, which is important. As long as you don't feel like, as long as you're not feeling frustrated in the situation you're in, I think you can say it's generally good game design. Like, I am making progress, I'm not getting my ass handed to me, and I do not feel like all my actions are wasted, nor does it feel like a slog to take out enemies. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, saying about the advanced quests, like, because they're one and done, like, unlike even free quests, you don't even have to repeat them, like, 3 times, it's just do it once.
Yeah.
I'm okay if they take a few turns to get down, because you're... Other than if you found it like, if you found it really fun, you have literally no reason to do them again.
Yeah.
So, like, they can last a little while. It's not like they're stalling you. It's just, like you said, it's the if they frustrate you, that's like, But yes, whenever you have a free moment to tab your brain over.
Oh no, I was actually pulling it up here on the side here. I just got distracted. So, it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Let's do one last refresh here to see what... And we have 8 lovely comments, and we'll get through them all right meow. Let me fire off Musashi here. That was the wrong button, me. Now we'll save that. Ooh, do we want to... No, wait, no. These guys are going to be probably going to be... Oh, wait, no. This guy has fucking arts resist ups. This is probably not going to take him out. So, yeah, we'll do that, and end with a buster. Because we'll take out the books, at least. So, this first one comes from Soon to Have My Grand Caster. They say, "Howdy, Lucky and Meg. I hope your week is going well. I agree with your take, Lucky, that people throw out the word hate too much without actually meaning it, but I do hope when people talk about love, they actually are being a bit more genuine. My question for you, gentlemen, this week is if you were to become a servant, what class would you be and what abilities do you think you have? It doesn't have to be super unique ones. It could be as basic as the general type class ones, like riding, charisma, match resistance, etc. For me, I think I've said this a fairly time because we do get this every once in a while. Lucky would probably be a Berserker. I probably only have a middle-of-the-range Madness enhancement, but I would probably have a unique and independent action. Whatnot. If I was actually going to think about my deck, I'd probably be QAABB. Like this, and I would probably have some sort of more defense-focused kit, with the side of maybe doing some big crits. Don't ask me about an MP. I don't got one. I don't know. Ooh, this guy's about to... Oh, wait. Ha! Tamamo! Be like, no! Tama, don't!
Yeah, we've gotten this sort of thing before. Probably caster. You know me, I'm a big nerd.
Nerd!
And picking up stuff like item creation and territory creation is like... I'm not great at it, but I have picked up, you know, narrow-focused skills in there, and I can do some stuff if I was armed with the right materials.
Getting the arts up would be nice.
Good knows, you know, that I've done a decent amount of moving and having to like set up my, you know, workspace and storage and shit to qualify for territory creation.
Ooh, shit. Oh, well, she's Tamagon now.
Hit her with a grenade. Rude.
Very. Summerbuki, creases J's. Summerbuki, jam his slide. Yeah, so that's it for that one. Moving on.
Disassemble his gun.
Castoria fog his visor.
Oh. I mean, you gotta be careful if you ask Castoria to do that. She's just gonna hit him with the fucking pipe bomb.
Oh my dude! You don't have arts up, resist up. You're dead. You're fucking dead.
Oh, bye. Bye, buddy.
Wait it. And Musashi's also ready to. Oh wow, this is well. Okay, yes.
Getting pretty good.
All right, he's dead. So next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado saying, "Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week. Sending you good vibes and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Now to resume going insane on your gold ship's career mode. Don't you worry, guys. We will talk Horse Girl Racing later, but later. P.S. Do your PvP point ladder. This is a good reminder. I have not been doing my PvP point ladder, mostly because doing PvP sucks.
Getting bodied in Frontlines is no fun, yes, but no, I've been focused ever since I got Stranding 2.
Oh, the drill instructor, he held on. Oh, now he got it. But what's this? 2 quick cards. You fool. You didn't stand a chance. The RNG taketh, but sometimes the RNG giveth. Wonderful, you get full marks. I wonder if that was almost a fucking, like, Call of Duty, like, opening training segment. Where you always run through the fucking training simulator and the drill instructor's yelling at you.
Could be. I know that was a meme a while back.
But moving on. This next one comes from, damn, this racehorse game got hands. Don't you mean got hooves? But they say, dear Lucky Omega, no questions or anything. Just wishing you good luck for the anniversary and summer banners. Hope you have enough sandcorns, because I definitely don't. Anyway, sending good vibes. Wah 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 wah. Your way and wishing you the best. Well, thank you. You know what, fuck it. We mentioned rolling. Let's do some rolling. We can do some more rolling. I got sandcorns. I got sandcorns. Let's see what we got going on here. Well, actually, we got the 10 tickets. Let's spin the tickets. Who is it?
Love tickets.
It's an Ushi. It's a Billy. We're doing these pretty quick because they take way too fucking long. It's a Daybit looking weird.
Sorry, I just ascended my Ash to Summer Morgan. It's very funny. She just pops back in. Did anything happen while I was out? No? Good. We don't need to discuss what just happened. I think I'm going to have to actually set Ash to random.
Oh, that's what I do with a few of them. Like, yeah. Random Man Jufu. Can't escape her.
Yeah, I have a couple servants that I actually set to random.
No, I think it's good.
If you're trying to do a specific alignment stat, because Ash actually is the first servant to have a different alignment in each ascension.
Oh, really?
Yeah. there's things you can do. She starts lawful good, becomes lawful neutral, ends lawful summer.
I think we talked about that when she originally came out. You know, kind of highlighting her journey.
Yeah.
We kind of just skip over, you know, Berserk or the Morgan, which is, you know, actually stage 3 of 4.
And actually, there's technically a stage that's not even shown, which is in her backstory. Ash describes between when she was, you know, gentle study nerd and then became Ash the Savior. She says in her profile she bummed around as an evil witch for about 100 years. So she was. I guess that just means that, you know, Final Form Morgan was just her returning to her goth roots.
I'm starting to understand what you say about this fucking David, CE Omega.
You getting a lot of them? Yeah, that's a 5-star. You wouldn't think it by how many times you fucking get it. I don't even know if it's good. God, I got a shitload of him, though. Leave me alone, David.
Alright, last one, and then we gotta go back to the advanced quest. For the party.
Take advantage of that super suck and get 13.
For the party. It's not a men roll, but damn close. Guys, come. Well, I can't complain too much. I still got like 400. Like, 460. That's about another 15 rolls in me. Alright. Oh, my servants are getting full up, though. Should probably spend that on something.
Not immediately go for. Oh, they just reminded me. I'm gonna go buy more inventory space.
Yeah. So next on the mailbag, we got Agent 418 who says, "Hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good weekend, y'all. P.S. Fireworks are small explosives, so don't hurt yourselves of others. Have fun." It's true, but boy, tell me, I heard a lot of sirens going off last night. I'm all like, I'm pretty sure at least 3 houses have burned down.
Always be careful. Take this from me. I've burned myself with a firework before. I think I've told that story. I had a scar on my... Actually, you can... It's faded, but there's kind of a discoloration on my thumb to this day. Which, by the way, if you're curious, chat, to retell the story in brief, I accidentally gripped an extinguished sparkler above the grip.
Above the grip.
Yes, after it had burned out, it was dark, and I grabbed it improperly. It was bad.
Well, we'll bring some yang. Right. Actually, give me 1 second, guys. I will be right back.
He'll be right back. I'll entertain you for a sec. Let's see. So we've buffed Ash to 90. Let's work on XA. Yeah, like I said, my thumb was scarred for many years, and I think, yeah, there's still like a little like weird like wear line in the middle of my thumbprint, not on the joint. Yeah, I need to work on our skills. That's right. You got to 90. Those skills are very important, though. I think you need to, for sure, do 1 and 3. We're getting XAs. It was a little weird because she, like I said, she's probably my like oldest servant I put in my Destiny bond, but it's good to scratch her off. And I was just thinking to myself the other day that I'm like, man, I don't actually have a super lot of single target berserkers. Like, I've never rolled a Vlad, even though he's permanent. Never rolled him. So usually my answer is just rub Kentucky on things, but having alternatives is important sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I talked about this in the Wanted. Ash needs 72 small bells per skill. It's like literally her like last thing before you spend a lore. It's just, you know, it's a big ass purchase right at the end. Otherwise, all of her mats are, you know, only as late as LB6, so it's pretty all right.
Okay, sorry about that. Roommate was like, "Hey, the food on the grill's done." I was like, "Shit, I do want food." Please let me know if you hear the sounds of me chewing. I hate it when I hear other people chewing, so I do not want people to hear me chewing. I'll try to fix it. But
No, Vlad actually, unironically, I wouldn't mind getting a Vlad 3 because I have the art set up.
okay, is it gonna be that thing of like when I gain resistance to damage from AoE phantasms for all allies when you're on the field? So, if I understand this correctly, as long as these two are on the field, the whole group gets protection from noble phantasm attacks? Is that how that works?
If it says, well, this unit's on the field, yeah.
For all allies, okay, okay. Well, let's test the waters. Let's just see how much defense, resistance, and defense. Because unfortunately, this is one of those things, FGO doesn't give you hard numbers. And honestly, I've seen this, resistance to damage can go anywhere from just a bit to just negate everything to fucking 0.
Yeah, it's very hard to tell. Like, sometimes the challenge of the advanced quest is, this character literally zeroes out all damage. And other cases, it's like, oh, that was only like 50%. We can chew through that.
Yeah.
I guess that is kind of the point of a, you know, whatchamacallit, you know, the advanced quest is like, you actually have to do a little trial and error. They're only like 5 AP, so, you know, getting a fail state's not the worst.
Okay, so it doesn't zero out. And because this is Summer Ibuki, who I just super juiced. Actually, I wonder if it's per... Oh, they're removing buffs. Oh, man. Oh, Pence just came in. Slapped the shit out of me. But, oh no, we go again! Oh, I'm dumb. I should have gone with the normal attacks first. Oh shit, no, we did a lot more damage that time.
Damage.
Good point. Summer Ibuki goes again.
Ooh. That's right, MHXA has a rank up quest. Good, cool. I think that actually gives me 10.
But next next up we got Gahulian God saying, been a while and happy 4th of July. Spontaneous just came to my question, but have there been any servants with the double class trace a la Semi-Ramnus? Any ideas of servants you can see using this trait? It could be anyone. Do we have any with like the double?
So I think Semi-Ramnus is the only character who ever actually had the, like, I think her passive skill is called double summon, or it might be called double class. There are technically many servants who probably could qualify, but I don't think there's a lot where we actually use it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because, like, in Semiramis' case, she is an assassin, but that's because her like legend of allegedly poisoning somebody overweighs all her other stuff. Her actual class container should normally be caster based on her quote unquote historical provisions, because you know she's a half mermaid child woman with magical powers. So and also I think technically she needs to be caster so she can, or she needs caster qualifications so she can get territory creation, because she has to build the flying garden.
Well, as on those things, see if I can just rub Samurabuki on it and see if that works. It might not, but unfortunately on the double class idea, I have no idea. I thought about it as I'm trying to eat some sausage, and I'm just like, nah, I don't got it. Okay, so let's check the stats here. Oh, apply stackable guts when sustaining damage from an MP attack and gas and restore HP. Okay. So I need to beat it. So I have to beat up May first? Really?
Where's the actual setting?
Okay. Oh, let's find out. Lucky learns best just by doing. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We're doing something here. Do I want to be weird with it? Sure, let's be fucking weird with it. The next one comes from the lovely 100-hour man. Dear love, Lee Lucky and the not hate full Omega. Excuse me, I had to wet my whistle there because this might hurt my throat a little bit here. Hope you two are having a lovely week and had a hate-less 4th of July while we celebrate the most lovely country in this lovely world. So I have 2 lovely questions for you this week and hope you'll don't hate me if this is a longer mailbag because of it. So lovely question number 1. How did you guys enjoy the lovely anniversary, the lovely panel? Were there any lovely updates that you weren't expecting from the game? For that one, I only, like, semi-tuned in. Like, I had it up, but I was muted because otherwise people talking would be distracting to me. But it was enjoyable. I turned it on every once in a while, heard people laughing and cheering. I was like, people are having a good time. I was following along in the Discord chat, and people were excited there. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, for sure.
Were there any lovely updates I didn't expect from the game? Not particularly. Lucky, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on it, is just a take it as it comes kind of guy. If I get something early, I'm like, cool. If I don't, I'm also just like, cool.
Yeah, Albert did bring up clairvoyance a lot during the panel, though I didn't realize he talked about spoiler cosplays. Apparently there was an Ash in, like, the front row. Very funny. Didn't realize that. But I do possess clairvoyance, and I vaguely remember, like, when big updates are coming, and if I don't remember, I'll usually be like, oh yeah, chat, is this supposed to be anything? And, like, honestly, the big thing in JP for this anniversary, besides, like, the you know, advanced quests and stuff, was Destiny Order, and we got that a year early, so, like, that one's gonna be hard to beat. A whole extra Destiny Order summon year. So we did not actually really get anything different or new ahead of time. It's all, like, relatively simple systems.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so Mate does have less resistance. So I need to beat the fans normal-like. And I can't beat Nave with the MP because I think she gets the MP resistance as well. Weird, alright. That charm is going to be a problem, though.
I think for Ashe, it's skill number 1, then skill number 3. You don't actually need to master.
This is the thing I hate. Well, I guess, you know, take it back. I do have 2 charmed, but I swear, anytime I get charmed or stunned, that's when the command deck says, hey, do you know all these cards you have? You can't use any of them. Enjoy. You're just all like, what?
Yeah, I think it would. Hey, FGO 2 advice. Make it so that if you do include like stuns or activities, assuming that even works, you know, because it might not be a turn-based RPG, though we don't mind those. But make it so you just lose the command cards, kick them out of the deck for a turn. Because that's still bad, but it won't fuck up like chains and stuff.
Chains and stuff. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Increased resistance to MP attacks by Maeve on the sea.
I do not remember where the setting is to randomize ascensions.
I'm pretty sure it's in the it's at the bottom of the servant profiles.
Here we go.
Nice miss.
There we go. Set individually on. There we go. Sorry, it was a little misleading. I skimmed it before.
All right.
Hey, spoilers! I'm doing a front lines right now. It's going okay. Wow, we're fucking bullying red. All right, so Ashe is now randomized.
All right, let's try to survive whatever is about to happen here. I think that's probably important. Ugh, but I have eaten food. Sorry if anyone heard my chewing again.
Food's important.
Okay, so love. The question number 2. Surprisingly, not an FGO question for me. Do you all have any recommendations for any lovely video games on the Steam Summer Sale? I'm not big into video games other than the lovely FGO, but I was hoping to pick up something else. I was wondering if you two had indie game recommendations that I would not end up hating. I'm generally more in love with RPG and horror games when I do play. Keep on being lovely, you two, and hope you don't hate your GSSR rules. Let's see here. Steam games on the RPG or horror games. Well, I would. Is Clair Obscura on PC right now? It should be. Yeah. Like, I haven't got a chance to play it, but I have heard just rave-ass reviews. So, I'm gonna recommend Clair Obscura, Expedition 33. Mine is still not set to arrive until late July, early August. Because I am buying the physical console copy, but it is important. So, that is one. Another RPG that I like to recommend people, it's not necessarily a standard RPG experience, but it does have, you know, leveling up and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Disco Elysium. It's an RPG, but it's a detective story, rather. It's also got some great-ass writing. What other RPGs would I recommend?
It's actually, that's another game I haven't set aside time for, but is actually, like, that's a free PS Plus game. And I'm like, God, I should do that sometime, just because it's free. It's right there.
Nah, Disco Elysium is great. You know, we're living here. We might be able to do this one, even though we went into it blind. But horror games? Like, I can't actually like say I when I play like quote-unquote horror games, I don't play actual scary games. I play... Ooh, got me all... Got most of me with that one. I usually play horror action games, which are just action games with a horror background in it. Like, that's, you know, the RE4 and the RE4, the Dead Space remake, stuff like that. Both which are on PC, I believe, and I do recommend them. The RE4 remake and the Dead Space remake. I don't know if it's on
discount, but if you want to get either of those, they're good.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're on discount. I should say that, but they are there. Like I said, they have some scariness, but they're not like scary. And actually, let me pull up
Seeing what
Steam.
they
Let me see here.
Yeah, I got mine pulled up. I'm seeing what they recommend.
Honestly, if you want to see what's going on Steam, you should probably go watch like someone like Mandalore. Mandalore does a lot of Steam games. I think like his list is all like, I'm not gonna say he's like PC elitist. He might be a little PC elitist, but you know, not in the like the worst way. But
I think mostly Mandalore's just like, hey, these cool old games are only on PC. Here's what I had to do to fucking beat this game into submission to play it. That's another one that's like, yes, PCs are superior. If you're playing a game that was released on Steam originally, God help you if you want to play something from like 20 years ago.
Let's see here. Steam Summer Sale. Grid view, list view. Let's see here. Lucky's just scrolling down here real quick, seeing what's going on. Oh, the forest is on. The forest is on sale, which is, you know,
that is technically it's a survival crafting game, but it's a horror game for sure as well.
You know, it's got its creepiness in there. TCG Card Swap Simulator is 35% off. I wouldn't necessarily say that's a RPG game, but you know, it's kind of that. It's got that comfy loop. Ooh, what's this Surround Dead game here? What is this? Ooh, very positive. Came out 3 years ago.
Oh, speaking of RPGs, Owlcat's Rogue Trader on sale, about 50% off.
Ooh, I might pick that up. Owlcat's good, but the problem I had, because Owlcat did the Pathfinder games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with that is I know Pathfinder, and I know when I look at it, and it's like they don't have the thing that I want in there, so it pisses me off. Rogue Trader, I'm not going to have that problem because I don't know the Rogue Trader system.
Yeah, you're not going to have as much of a time game.
So I'm not going to know exactly what I'm missing, so I can have much more fun with it.
Ooh, FF7 Rebirth, 40% off. This is not... It's not an RPG, but I will recommend it anyway because I love this game to death. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy is 90% off on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's $5.99. You should play that game. I bought that game full-ass price. It's a great game. It was like a lot of the Square Enix published Marvel games, it was super undermarketed. And you know, had that famous Square Enix, you know, performed below expectations. But it's a phenomenal game.
That's right, fucking Blue Archive's now on Steam. That's an RPG, technically.
Yeah, lots of gotcha games are either straight up on Steam or are being added.
Like I said, I'd be remiss to not mention...
on Steam. P5X is on Steam.
Would not be remiss to mention Baldur's Gate 3. Again, not necessarily my cup of tea in RPGs. I tried it. I don't hate it, but again, it's one of those RPGs where, like in the Owlcat games, you can kind of have to have a build going, and if you don't, you kind of fuck yourself, but because you gotta have to have a build, you can absolutely brick your characters if you're not good at it.
Lockdown Protocol is also only $5.99.
Well, did you say Callisto Protocol?
No, Lockdown Protocol.
Lockdown Protocol, excuse me.
I'm talking about. I've described it before. It's kind of like a 3D Among Us, but it's also much more of an actual, like, space simulator.
Space!
Like, you actually have to... You've got, like, two hands. You've got to pick up things like tools and or weapons. You can have dissidents, so it's got, like, social deduction, but also you have to, like, you know, do tasks and things around the other base, which are involved, and it can sometimes kill you. I've seen some people stream it. It's real cute and cool, but you know, we don't usually go for those big games. You got to get a big crowd, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Let's see. If you're into tactical RPGs, Tactical Breach Wizards is 30% off. That's kind of an XCOM, you know, like tactics game, but obviously it's about wizards.
Wizards.
who tactically breach.
Like, unfortunately, I was like thinking about this because I think it was Sunday. Like, we might talk about our last rain campaign, but I'm gonna be real, guys. I don't remember it that much. Lucky was in a fucking fog the entire session. And
yeah, it was a weird one. We still need to post the AP, but
we do.
It was like, I think everybody had a moment of like, individually, I think every player, including myself, had a moment of just like, what are we doing? Hold on, where am I? Like, even I lost track of where I was going. So it was an oddball way to take a break.
No, but at one point we were talking about Black Lions, and I was like, oh, I want to go find the fucking video.
That's right.
And I just went on this Mandalore Gaming review binge that night.
Yeah, I saw that in the YouTube history. I was just like, oh, I guess when Lucky clicked on the Cabela's, you just went in the Mandalore hole.
I did go into the Mandalore hole. You know, and I watched a bunch of his stuff on the things. I don't agree with everything he says, but he has definitely put more effort into playing video games than I have. Because at one point you can see his list, and he's like, do I own it? Do I play it? And there's just like a lot of yeses. I was like, god damn.
Yeah, I agree. I don't agree with every single take Mandalore has, but he's a pretty good source for like lots of older video games that are oddball. Like he has a very good series of reviews on the old Marathon trilogy that Bungie did.
Oh, that was another one I meant to launch. I'll have to launch it later.
And also the kind of preamble game, Pathways into Darkness.
Yoink!
Wow, I think Red's gonna turn this around. They had 0 points at one point, and I think they might clinch it out.
No, but honestly, like we can probably like look at games on Steam and list them, but honestly, you should probably check some reviews and do a little bit of research on YouTube. People do reviews and people do deep dives on a lot of games.
I will say you have to run it a few times for Steam to get your preferences down, but Steam has this thing called the discovery queue, where it just based on games you already own or games you say you've like wishlisted and liked, they will recommend you like 10 games at a pop at a rip. And like I said, if you run that a few times and do the obvious thing like, no, I'm not going to play Fortnite, no, I don't need to buy Repo, that sort of stuff, it'll get you a pretty good list.
I am slightly boned here. I meant to use Gwei Phase. Hey, I'm invincible, but you gotta hit me, but you got charmed. This could end pretty badly. Oh, wait, nope, we're safe. We have a Castoria.
Prage.
But no, there's a lot of good games on Steam. I know I'm lucky. I am secretly a PC racist. But no, if you do a little digging on Steam, you'll find some good stuff. There are good games there.
Chat also has some good recommendations if you're following along the live stream.
No, I have not gotten Arc yet. I've made like 80, not 80, 8 attempts so far, I want to say.
It is funny to me that people keep the Tonelico spelling. I did joke about this in the one, though, that you can say Tonerico, and it's not wrong.
People have hills they'll die on.
I mean, like I said, to explain that bit, though, obviously, you should watch Wanted. Because I do talk about it there. But basically, it even was in her trailer they showed during the panel. Ash's name in Japanese is said Tonerico, which is a Japanese word for a local genus of elm tree. So, or ash tree. It's a Fraxinus. Her name literally means ash tree, and she was named after the world tree. So, I think the way I said it in the Wanted is basically like, it's either a case where early fan translators either did too little or too much translation,
Ah.
Because basically, you know, you read Tonerico, which is how you would phonetically say Tenelico, like the RPG series are Tenelico. In that series, the name Tenelico means world tree as well, so it's the same, like, it's the same meaning as saying ash. It's just a case of, like, very clearly this was not supposed to be a reference to a presumably trademarked title of an RPG. It's just her name is Ash is an ash tree, and they use the old English word in the localization, which, like I said, is probably, you know, I don't want to say more correct, but makes more sense because obviously, like, the game's dialogue is in Japanese, but this person from Fairy Britain would not be called Tonerico. Like, the name she would have been given would just be Ash as an ash tree. But, you know, if you're being literal, if you want to do, like, a weird weed flex, we can start saying Tonerico.
I'm gonna be real, if people keep telling me I need to play games, that makes me want to play the game less. I know I've said this. I know my backlog.
Sorry, I'm just like... Super 2 is a different artist than normal 2, right, chat?
I think so.
Because they really went ham.
I don't think we'll survive this. I don't think we can do 90k in a turn.
And, like, technically it's like, it's... The word ash is also literally the name of the Old English vowel for AE. Like, AE. Albert just said it, ash, and it's a lot easier to say. There probably should be a little extra... You should probably have a little bit of an accent in there, yeah. But, obviously for us, majority of our audience are either Americans or speaking American-style English. Just saying ash is probably way easier.
We missed!
Also, another fun fact. In Old English, ash is represent also the name of the rune which represents the AE sound. Depending on how you draw the rune, that can mean ash tree, oak tree, or god, the same as the Elder Futhark rune Ansuz, which is the very important rune for rune mages in Fate. And Ash was taught rune magic by Grimnir.
Fuck it, we command spell in this house.
Fuck it, we ball.
Oh, that's right, this is Caster. She gets, increased attack. Oh, shit. Her, I didn't notice her class icon is, like, it's ascending.
Going in overdrive.
It is. Alright, well...
Probably means you...
I like that we have the fucking buff icon on it, too. This is, like, the first time I've actually used it on a caster, I think.
Getting that sweet... Classical.
Oh, and it's gonna be enough! I am glad that they eventually did it so you just recharge all your command spells every day. It gives me genuine joy.
That's a great one.
Yeah. Shells! Alright.
I need somebody. Shells! Not just anybody.
So, with that, let's keep moving on.
Log out of FGO. Not FGO,
That's right, seashells by the seashore. Thank you, whoever translated that. But this next one comes from the Tyrant King, who got double MP4s on his Destiny Order Summon and GSSR. No questions this week.
Was that what we were aiming for?
I don't know. No questions this week. Hope you guys have a great stream, and hope your 4th went great, and good vibes your way, and hope you have a nice evening. My 4th did go pretty good. Like, honestly, like, I started drinking, like, very heavily. Around midnight, so I wouldn't have to, you know, deal with, fireworks noises going off, but people were actually more reasonable than usual. They, like, stopped around 1 a.m. instead of, like, the 3 to 4 a.m. that I'm used to. So that was nice.
This is our first fourth in the new house, and there were a couple little small pops, but nothing big, which is surprising because we're kind of out in the sticks, but we are right next to a highway, I guess. So,
like I said, there was several sirens going out from between like 8 p.m. and 1 p.m. my time, 1 a.m. excuse me, my time. So it's just kind of like, heh.
I was invited to spend some time with family for burgers and dogs, but I unfortunately did just have to work because that was accidentally all day on the wanted.
Lucky has been trying new things. I've been trying to add more Japanese seasoning to my things. I have recently started using miso a lot more. Reason being that while not only do I like Japanese cuisine, miso is a very good probiotic for you, helps you aids with digestion, and can add a deeper flavor profile. So Lucky made miso teriyaki sliders the other day, and they turned out pretty well. I was mentioning this in our Discord chat, though. I think I might have went too ham on the garlic, because I do believe that I put too much garlic in, and it overpowered the miso. So I think I'm going to probably reduce the amount of garlic I put in next time. I know, blasphemy. And actually try maybe adding a bit of fish sauce to it. Another thing that adds flavor to things. But yes, no, Lucky has completely fallen off the diet wagon for this weekend, because I was like... At first I was all like, oh no, I can't be eating all this food. I'm finally losing weight. But then, you know, I just had that moment of like, it's the fucking 4th, man. I can take a weekend off. I'll just have to, you know...
It's a holiday weekend, you know?
Yeah. Get back on it. You know, I do actually heartily recommend, the miso teriyaki. It's actually not too hard. Like, the garlic was my own twist on it, because I just like garlic. But basically take a pound of, beef, and then a ½ pound of ground pork. Mix that in together. Add 2 tablespoons of... I used red miso, but you can try something else. No, excuse me. 3 tablespoons of red miso. 3 tablespoons of teriyaki glaze. That's a black sweet kind of sweet sauce that you usually use for like glazing, frying, and other such things. I originally used 3 tablespoons of minced garlic, but I would say cut that down to 2 tablespoons and add a tablespoon of fish sauce. Break it down into like 8 patties, though. Then they should be about 1/5 a pound each. Yeah, it was a lot of garlic, like I said, but I like garlic. Like, depending on your garlic, you might want to even go lower than that, but like I said, I'm still experimenting with this recipe. But throw it on the grill, you know, make sure each side's browned, and, you know, slap it in the slider bun. They're really good. Even with like the overpowering garlic, they're still quite flavorful. Like I said, Lucky actually got some tofu, because I'm going to master me miso soup. Coming up here. But, let's see, last...
69% battery. Not quite nice.
What is this? So our last one comes from Mr. Alias, who is not secretly a vibe investigator. No, just your friendly neighborhood Mr. Alias. Mr. Alias. No questions, just the mother of all vibes, and we have in parentheses here, boom! Well, okay then.
My temptation would have been to put a Vine boom in there. All right.
But
Mailbag,
that's...
about 220.
Yeah, about 220, so... Everyone loves the Charizard Kamehameha. Alright, let's see what this Dragon Slalom one's about.
Close this, and let's move into Kaldea Free Talk, even though, like I said, we kind of had a little bit of that at the front because I wanted to talk about advanced quests. I know Lucky wanted to talk about advanced quests, but we do actually, after all that mailbag and stuff, have new servant deeds.
Woo!
Because, yeah, there's a new servant. There's a new Lancer in JP. It's Indra. It was not Zeus. It was Arjuna Papa. So, he's an SSR Lancer. He's got higher attack and lower HP. Actually, his stats are tied with Bima, funnily enough. He's QQA Bubba. Above average hits and NP gain. I believe he's 0.55 NP gain, and it's something like, you know, like 4 hits all around. And he's actually AoE quick. So, experimenting with that try with Lancers here. And I want to say he's got another anti-asshole type NP. It's very simple. His overcharge effect is just NP damage up for 1 turn first. His NP strips all enemy buffs first. And heals him for 3k. That's what we got. It's very easy. Also, technically, I should say it's not actually literally 3k because he has a couple of abilities to modulate his healing up. He gets like a passive. He gets 20% all healing sources as well. So I'm not sure what 1/5 of 3k is off the top of my head, but he heals a little more than you think he does. Like 600? Yeah, so 36. It's a pretty decent heal every NP. First skill is 50% battery.
Whoa!
It's 30 to 50, but you know you're gonna level. It's 50% battery, and it gives him 1 turn status where if he heals or gets max HP up, he gets 10% MP. So just if he receives healing, such as if he uses his NP, he gets 10% MP as well. His second skill is called a Mana Burst, but it really stretches the definition of a Mana Burst because it's a tricolor buff. FGO game designers, that's projection. Projection is the tricolor buff. But no, he gets 10 to 20% on every card type for 3 turns. And also, if he attacks with an Arts or Buster card, he gives himself 10% more quick up for 3 turns. And if he attacks with a quick card, it's 10% crit for 3 turns. So basically just like if you use your non-quick cards, your quick status goes up. If you use your quick cards, you get crit damage up. Final skill gives him 20 to 30% attack and crit up for 3 turns on himself. And also 20 to 30% damage up versus both Serpent and Dragon trait enemies and Demonic enemies. Serpent or Dragon are the same buff, so they don't stack, but Demonic is a different buff. So he has multiple trait damages on a skill. It's only 30%, but, you know, he's already got an attack focus, so should give him a decent spread of offense to use on his NPs. His passives are Magic Resistance A, Riding A, so those quick cards do hit pretty good, Independent Action B, Divinity A-. So he does damage plus. He has a unique passive, which gives him 10% more star gen and crit damage all the time, so his passive crit damage is actually plus 18% at all times. And he gets like 10% extra star gen. And he has Riding A, so he's going to generate a lot of stars. And then finally, his unique passive, which is called Heavy Drinker, means that he gets 20% healing up at all times. And remember how that first skill gave him an effect where if he gets healing, he gets 10% NP? Yeah, he just has it as a passive.
Oh.
All the time if he receives healing, he generates 10% NP. This only includes active healing effects, CEs that heal you per turn, or some other sorts of healing, and command codes that heal do not count. But, hold on, fighting Steez.
It's fighting Steez.
Okay. Sneeze passed. Luckily, I have a handkerchief handy. But this should account for Mystic Code healing. Healing at the end of turn counts. Max HP increase counts, and so does the buff they say that are certain types of regeneration buffs, so end of turn buffs if they increase HP. So should give him a tight little package to generate extra NP. So it should be a pretty strong quick sweeper. Have the juice for old-fashioned Scotty strats, but also with his ability to plus NP gain off healing and to do a pretty decent self-heal on NP, should have decent longevity in serious fights. You know, challenge quests, boss fights, that kind of stuff. So yeah, have a wide variety of options here. So yeah, it seems like a cool little ad. But that is all we got in the free talk segment, which means it's time for what we call What's Up.
Is it already? Okay.
Yeah. We're going.
I should do some more rolling.
I mean, we have been going for almost 2.5 hours.
Oh!
Scary.
Sorry, this
Oh yeah, it's pretty normal for the.
this Kisho Koyo one is actually pretty interesting too. Basically, you have to damage the enemies and let them damage you, so they get buffs. So when you defeat them, they can leave satisfied. And if you don't do it enough to Kyokoyo, she becomes a Karen, which is yeah. Well, again, like, this is one of those things. They don't tell you, like, necessarily you have to, like, where the point is. So, I'm kind of, you know, winging it right now. Like I said, I don't think this one's badly designed. It's just badly communicated. Like, I need numbers to tell me.
Yeah, there's a couple of things which either when you start the fight or in the middle of the fight, you have to basically look for tells, and one that's sometimes not very clearly communicated. But also, hey guys, this is a phone game on my phone. It's only on my phone. Sometimes I'm not looking at my phone. Never mind how Lucky has, you know, done an install on his PC to stream it. That didn't happen. But yeah, it's just a case of, like, it'd be nice if they just told you what you're looking for, but what happens if I'm, like, on the bus and I look away because it's my stop, FGO? Do I have to do the whole advanced quest again? The answer is yes. Sometimes. So, just being able to reference some of these things would be really nice in the overall. As well.
Yes, Axe, but it doesn't necessarily explain... Oh, okay, cool. We have removed the buff.
I mean, they do say at the start, but they don't... Some of them are very vague. Some of them literally say something like, pay close attention to these wolves that do a thing. Like, that's it. That's the only tip.
Oh, well... Yeah, no, like, because I understood about those, that I need to do certain things to satisfy them, but they don't tell you, like, how many things do you have to do before they're satisfied? Do you have to wait for the social tell before they're satisfied? Will they get a buff or debuff saying satisfied? Like, I don't know, like, exactly what's going on until I get in there, so I'm all like, okay, I guess I gotta kind of, you know, go in there and find out. And I have found out. I still might be able to clinch this, maybe. If she doesn't end me on this next immediate turn, like if my Summer Ibuki survives, might be able to pull this off. Otherwise, I probably will leave this one for later.
I'll say this, you know, well, that's right, yeah, Axe saying, oh, they want you to take notes. This is a game on phones. If they want me to take notes, I want to shake them. That's crazy. Like, what if I'm playing this on a commute, you know? But no, somebody asked in chat how rolls went. Rolls went okay for me. We did get Ash. It took all the 10 spins of St. Quartz I had, including, you know, buying St. Quartz for GSSRs. So it was a little dicey. We got to do some stuff to get some quartz back for summer, but hopefully we've got some match.
After this, I'll get in there and do some, yeah. Have some after-sales curve service. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the assignment. Now I kind of want to do it to get the good ending. But actually, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, let's go do some more rolling. Lock that one so I can combine it later without. Yeah, no, I'm getting pretty close to the bottom here. Like, how many more does it say I actually have? 14? With the 1, 2, 3, 4 that I have here.
By the way, I'm trying to do the Centaur quest right now, and you're right about that kind of like, oh, they have extra damage resistance, but I don't know how much, because, like, we're doing damage. It's not a lot, but we do damage.
Alright. Summon! Alright, let's do rolling! Yes, no, I do think that is one of my pet peeves, is that FGO does not actually show the real-as numbers. Which I would like. I would like the real-as numbers.
Yeah, I think most games these days, you know, talk about kind of like damage numbers. I think it was just like the minimal UI back in the day. You know, we didn't want to crowd the screen with too much text to be like, oh, this gives you, you know, exactly 10% attack up.
Skip game.
Especially because back in the earlier days, some of the percentages between skill numbers, like if you were between 1 and 10, were very weird and not round.
Bruh.
So I would assume that they didn't want to, you know, didn't want to clutter them with some of that information that's just kind of janky. Now the game's very orderly and makes a lot of sense, but yeah, it's just not out there, and it probably could be, but, you know, then you have to overhaul the whole ass fucking...
You keep giving me, like, 2 CEs on a min roll. Come on, guys.
Yeah, this banner seems...
And then they gave me 4 CEs.
Haha, killed that centaur with curse. Python is the strongest.
That's not... What? I'm slightly amused that I got 2 Chinese servants.
3.
Oh, 3. Technically, you're correct.
Well,
yes.
2 golds, but yeah, you
Yeah,
got
2
a GK
golds
in there as well.
Come on. I'm glad I skipped that. If I saw the gold caster and I got Helena, I would have flipped my shit. Might have crashed out.
Yeah, that's a spook. That's a spook right there.
That's my second gold caster spook.
That's a crash out level 5, chat.
This is dog shit. This is dog shit. I got summer coming up in a couple weeks. Show me some fucking pity. I only got 3 more 10 spins. Fucking!
Do Dioscuri count? Yeah, the 4-star CE balance in this is bad. It's another thing where I mean, I guess it's a little better than like the way the like weapons and equip stuff is just absolutely useless garbo. But
well, here's my last 10 spin.
Everybody begin raging. Sure, also in live chat, I tabbed out to check out Fane Bundle.
Well, I got enough to buy a little bit, but so hang on 1 second. Actually, what is my stores? I actually haven't been paying attention to them because I try not to think about it. Hold on 1 second here.
Patreon money should have gone through. Maybe I was a little slow with my bank because it was the holiday weekend, but I think it went through.
Yeah, I got enough for one more. Here, let's close that out real quick. I do not already own this item, you son of a bitch. Getting that weird-ass error. It's like, haha, you have purchased this already. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna purchase it again. Do you not want my money? Hang on, I gotta fight with this now. Oh, there was a way to do this. Was it close it and reopen it? Just try again. Oh, it says I have to, literally says I have to restart it. Okay.
Please hold, everybody.
Please hold. Turn that back on for a second. Hold on. So what's in our free top talk bits, by the way?
We have a few. I was waiting for a little bit to start, but number one, Dan's back.
Oh, that's right.
New season started this week. Not like a lot to talk about. It's just the first episode. The end of the previous core was very rude. It was a literal cliffhanger for like 6 months. And this just gets resolved pretty immediately to go into the next bit. Animation still looking fly.
Okay, so I got the error again, but I realized at the second part, if the issue is not resolved after restart, and just ends. It doesn't continue. So it doesn't tell you actually what happened if the error persists. I'm just all like, great game. I love this. Here, let me exit out of LD fully. Yes, I'll allow that to have internet connections.
UOP is pretty cool. Real hard to beat Creepy Nuts, though.
Oh, actually, I never didn't think about that. But yeah, no. Let's see here. Open up. Yeah, I have not watched it. I've been too busy Death Stranding on the on the back half. There's a lot to do in the back end in that game. I did discover that I can, like, apparently you have to go activate the LIVIN fans yourself. There's not actually a mission. You just have to get some lost cargo, run up to his place, you know, knock on his door, and he'd be like, "Hey, bro."
Yeah, I was pretty sure that's what it was. I was going to bring it up next time if we hadn't got there, because that's how the first couple bunkers work in Death Stranding 2 as well. They're just like, hey, you should go activate this person. If you just happen to find their lost cargo, you can deliver it to him.
Well, at least they actually explained it. I don't know if they've actually explained it anywhere. But again, I could just be missing conversation.
I think it was a tooltip. Like the first time you got the Ludens fans cargo, they're just like, oh, lost cargo. You can deliver it to its owner. You know, and I don't... Well, actually, I don't even know how much you use compass mode.
Sometimes I do.
But, like, you can... In 2, you can snap to, like, targets, and if you pick up a person's lost cargo, it will snap to where it needs to go.
Alright, I'm gonna buy, like, the 99-cent quartz to see if, like, we can, like, force this through.
But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that there is a new season of Dun Dun Dun. I have seen the first episode.
Alright.
Longtime fans of the show will know that my my watching of anime is not as consistent as it once was.
Mm-hmm.
So I am actually keeping up.
Why do you not want me to spend money on this game? Hang on, I'm gonna look this up here real quick. Because I know I've gotten this error before. Yeah, no, it's just not letting me roll. This is offending me.
I do know that this sort of things happens.
I don't know, man. You're gonna go have to Google it. Or something. Like, what can I do? Make sure that that's still working. Because I was able to do this earlier.
I guess you should check. Do you have any emails from Google about, hey,
well, I like how it keeps saying, you need to restart the app. I'm like, cool, I have done that multiple times. I'll do it again. So, forgive the black screen while I am just constantly closing my fucking, opening and closing my PC, my, Android emulator here. Maybe if I clear the cache, maybe that'll do it. Might be some weird stuck data in there.
No, Girls Frontline 2, I don't need you to send me in
Please tap screen.
an email about the new event.
Yes, I will clear the cache.
Well then, the next thing to talk about is, indeed, Death Stranding the 2.
Death Stranding 2! Now we're downloading data.
Yes.
Look at that number go up.
After much delay, my copy of Death Stranding the 2 has actually arrived.
Excellent.
But it was about a week late, which is not too bad. They just stuffed it in the mail, USPS. But yeah, so I've been playing for the past few days. Overall, impressions so far, very positive, very good. You know, obviously talking about kind of like the... There was a lot of stories ahead of time, you know, talking about how, like, Hideo Kojima said stuff. Hideo Kojima talked to Woodkid, and Woodkid said some stuff in interviews about, aiming to have a game that could be more divisive. And I think I can see maybe some stuff going on with like story stuff I'm not going to talk about, but overall gameplay is like, it's still Death Stranding. Like, there's still very dumb stuff going on where, like, BT zones. Hey, we have new zone BTs, basically. In addition to new, like, boss-type BTs you actually fight. So there's, like, new annoying stuff. In Australia, you encounter gazers, which are, like, normal BTs, but are slightly larger and have, fucking glowing meme eyes. Because they can actually see you, unlike other BTs. But also means that means you can evade them by, breaking line of sight and shit, staying out of their vision cones. So, different stealth mechanics.
Okay.
And overall, I want to say gameplay-wise, that's kind of what I feel like Death Stranding 2 is going for. Like, the first Death Stranding, obviously story-wise, and in general, like, pacing-wise, had a shitload of world-building to do. This one is, like, way faster. There's an opening, like, not text crawl, but, like, just an opening text summary of, like, once there was an explosion. This was the Death Stranding. It was very bad. It was super bad for everybody. But then one guy, he made it better, kind of. That was Sam Porter Bridges. But now he's gone missing. Yeah. 11, what's leader?
Okay, I have finally convinced it to let me buy some St. Quartz.
Nah, clearing the cache worked.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it still took me a couple
of
attempts,
so, like,
but yes.
The lead up of Death Stranding 2 is, like, way faster, way less dialogue heavy. After, like, that intro text and a little bit of cutscene, flash, it cuts straight to their equivalent to that first bit you did at, like, Eastern Knot, or whatever it was actually called. I forget what the first city was called.
I thought it was Capital Knot.
No, that's the first city you actually do gameplay from, the prologue bit. Because that's not Capital Knot, because that place gets blown up. The place in the prologue gets blown up.
That's right.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess that
was
must have
Eastern Knot, or was it Central? It was something. Anyway, their equivalent of that is you and Lou need to get back to Sam's shelter. And, like, so you don't have to, like, worry about package stuff, but you do get to, like, worry about your other traversal mechanics, and the game starts you with, like, a couple of ladders and a couple of climbing anchors.
Okay.
So, like, you actually get to kind of, like, feel out your route home a lot better. And then the literal first actual delivery job of the game, they're like, okay, you've got climbing anchors, you've got ladders, we're going to teach you about packages. Also, here's some guns. Literally hand you the MP assault rifle, multi-purpose ammo, stuns enemies, but is also good at killing mechs. And eventually, after a little bit of progress, works on BTs as well. So it's truly like your guns are multi-purpose. They're not, like, super effective. I actually tried the MP handgun on, like...
A fucking another caster? Gil, are you... Random ass,
wow.
That is literally 3 gold casters that I've gotten. Fucking hell.
He's getting turbo spooked. But yes, I tried the MP ammo handgun on, like, wandering BTs, and the ammo efficiency wasn't super good. But it was on,
there,
like, the
finally,
gazers
thank
who
God.
Are, like, physically larger. Hey. Thank God it wasn't another spook.
Random ass Emia in there.
You collect a lot more 4-stars than I did, too. I did get some, but...
I was gonna try to go for MP2 if I got her pretty easy, but no, I had to as usual, I don't get shit unless I start spending fucking money. I have to spend, like, money that I'm not comfortable spending with to get fucking things in this game.
But yeah, like, so you have multi-purpose stuff, but they literally hand you the mazer gun as well, in addition to the assault rifle. And I talked about this with Lucky, but I also, like on stream, but I also want to say, like, the people just as a general review. You start a lot of ways with your specialist slots. You literally start the game with 2 grenade pouches.
That's good.
Just on your body, like on your leg. You start with a handgun holster, and there are now actual, like, one-handed handguns.
Okay.
The game starts you with the mazer pistol, mazer handgun, which is basically just like the mazer they added for Director's Cut, but it's a handgun slot, so it's just, you know, free stun attacks versus people. And in general, I want to say, like, overall, what the actual thing the game adds is just... I don't want to say we're full like MGS5, but Death Stranding 2, basically since they got all the hard work of, like, designing all the engine and the system and shit out of the way, is a lot of, like, just... what would you even say? What do you say? Like, it's not quite a full-blown, like, I would say, like, an open world, like, oh, play your way kind of a thing. But Sam has a lot more options for dealing with things, especially for dealing with threats. Whether that's bandits or BTs, you very early unlock the game's version of the hematic grenades, which are called blood grenades. They are made with synthetic blood now, so you don't need to drain your blood. You start with a utility pouch to carry 4 blood bags, and the game gives you 4 blood bags right away.
Okay, good. I felt like I may not have gotten her to MP5, so I was like, wait a minute, before I delete her.
Yeah, it's very important to double check your noble phantasms. You get backpack customization pretty early. Like, you can unlock attachables like fairly fast in the game. I'm still not 100% sure how the pacing works, but there are a lot more things to put on your backpack now.
Okay.
Like, you can get ammo pouches as well, but you can also get big ammo pouches. You can get new grenade bags. You can get, what I'm running right now, a couple of chiral anti-gravity units.
What?
Which make your carry capacity larger. They negate some of the weight in your backpack.
Okay.
You can get armor plates for Sam's back, which reduce the amount of damage you take.
Okay, I remember. Well, I remember they have ammo pouches and armor plates in the first one, but the armor plates you have to actually attach to your suit. In the suit slot.
Yeah, no, these are our backpack customizations. No word yet if you can still slot them into your body, but I think those might be gone because the first exoskeleton you unlock is the battle exoskeleton.
Battle!
Which I do believe is in the first game, but is like way later.
I don't remember.
Because its effect sounds familiar, because it's like an exoskeleton, you know, increases your weight limit and also can activate, you know, electromagnetic shielding at cost to your battery.
Jesus.
I think that's in the base game.
Sorry, I'm just sorting by held and just, like, looking at all the...
Yeah. Got a lot of them. If only they put Memorial CEs in there.
I know!
Please. I beg of you. Release me. But yeah, so, like, your general utility and carry space is, like, a lot better. You know, you can carry a couple of grenades without using your backpack. You can carry a gun without using your backpack at all. You can use your tool rack, but the way the game works is when you equip, like, PCCs or ladders or climbing anchors or anything, right, or grenades, when you holster them, they, like, default to your tool rack. So, like, you can keep a gun there, but very frequently my gun will temporarily end up in my backpack anyway until I kind of reset it.
No, that happens a lot in Death Stranding 1. It actually annoys me. Like, I'll have something like
that stayed in. That's kind of just like, I feel like the unfortunate way the holstering works. The wheels are a lot better though.
Okay.
So you have like one equipment wheel to open up, and it's just got wheel for consumables, so you can slam your canteen, you know, eat cryptobiotes, equip different blood bags, etc. But that also has like your traversal extras. Your boots are on your field wear slot, which can also affect your cosmetics like glasses and hats. Though I don't know for sure. I think hat might be important because I have a couple of times gotten sunburned as Sam.
Mm-hmm.
And then healed it in the shower. So equipping your hat might actually help with that. You should do that in real life, by the way. Wear hats. Keep the sun off your face and eyes. The up tab is just cargo management as like a D-pad option, which includes the quick rebalance or just open your cargo management from anywhere.
Yeah.
So like, and you can put your pack on the ground and bind it with your strand and stuff like that. So like, generally the menus are a little smoother, so there's still some confusion, but like, I did the classic move. So after the moment I unlocked standard orders, I went back to the first area, Mexico, and just 5-starred everybody. I've been working on that over the past couple of days. So I've already seen like some of the stuff you can unlock, and like I said, you've got a lot of different options. You can unlock a silenced multi-purpose handgun. You can unlock the big bore handgun, MP, which is a revolver, which includes armor pen.
Rad.
One of the first shelters you unlock, La Madre, she's a ex-bandit, so she gives you a bunch of different shock sticks.
Oh, okay.
So you can fab the normal like electric stick, stun rod, which is a telescoping rod. I kind of wish there was a dedicated melee like holster. There's not, but if you wanted to go melee focused, you could just hang it on your tool rack. Rods are a little weird because obviously if you throw them, they're gone. On your weapon wheel, they count as a secondary weapon like grenades.
Okay.
But if you just do melee, you can use them to guard and get up close, and there's like a big one, there's a high voltage rod for area effect, and the last one I unlocked is the double-ended rod, which says that it can be used to chain together melee attacks rapidly, so it's like, if you want to just run up to bandits and beat the shit out of them, there's a whole tech tree for that. You want to use handguns? You've got options for that. You want to use rifles? Oh, there's a wide variety of those. I've unlocked lightweight rifles, which compact down to small in your backpack. And the level 2 rifle not only is like better ammo quality, better weapon, but also underbarrel grenade launcher.
Yeah. Always love the secondary
You can unlock
fires.
a grenade pistol.
Ooh.
To shoot multi-purpose grenades, which means they don't kill people. In fact, I don't know if there are lethal guns in this game anymore. I think we may have just simplified that.
No, I do think I heard about that they just took out lethal ammo. I do think,
you can
like,
sometimes find, like, rubber bullet assault rifles just on the ground, which are only useful against people. But, like, that really streamlines the game because, like, that's a genuine complaint you've talked about while we're playing Death Stranding 1 is, like, you're like, ah, cool, handgun. That's really sick, all those attachments you put on it. I'm not going to use it. If I'm going to stop BTs, I'll just use the anti-BT gun. If I'm going to stop people, I'll just use the Bola gun.
Eventually, I do remember this. The rifles in Death Stranding 1 do become multi-purpose. You do get rubber, you get chiralium, blood, and rubber bullets ones, and then you have your lethal gun. So they do get them, but it's just like right off the bat, like you get the guns right before you go do a segment in which you need them, but after that, you're just like, I will never use this again. Why would I?
Yeah, I like I said, Death Stranding 2 really seems to have designed this around, like, because the core systems are already in play, and you don't have to play the first one for sure, because they do a decent job of summarizing it, but obviously it will hit better if you have done the first one. So as a sequel, they're just like, nah, here's your fucking guns, get ready. Like, we don't need to play this slow roll for your technology. You do unlock the Bolo gun, that's another unlockable, and it starts right away with the upgrade that you can use it against people and BTs.
Rad.
So, like, generally, it feels like the game is just streamlined, you know, to be like, yeah, we're just going to give you, like, good, useful stuff right away. Obviously, there's still, like, you know, cosmetic unlocks and stuff. Like, one of the first people in Mexico is the artist. Not a chiral artist, just a regular artist. One thing she does is you level her stars up as she draws pictures and hangs them on the side of her shelter you can look at. But, like, getting her star level up just unlocks new colors. Which is fine. And we'll probably have better, you know, merit later. I don't have a lot of them, but you do get like baseline like suit customization, to add different colors, including camo. I don't know if you actually have like a camo index, but I wouldn't be surprised. So like when you go to Australia, you unlock desert camo. You know, shit like that. So like just lots of different utility unlocks, lots of different options. And everybody, we're so back. Peak is back. One of the first things I went out of my way to unlock a shelter in Australia. Trank sniper rifle. It's not silenced, and Dollman will remind you, Sam, that tranquilizer rifle you're using doesn't appear to come with a silencer. You should make sure you're not close to enemy. Yes, thank you, Dollman. Once you get to him, Dollman I mean, he has multiple purposes. You can literally throw him to do recon. And he fucking psychically flies back to you. But he also just offers you, like, general tips and stuff and gives you somebody to fucking talk to. It's kind of like having your BB to talk to, but instead you talk to a guy who can talk back because he's a spirit medium possessing a doll.
Honestly, I believe, like, I don't think this is, like, straight up, but this is, like, straight up inspiration from God of War. I think there's even a small reference to it. Like, I remember seeing it in trailers. Like, when Sam gets Dollman, he, like, goes to click him to his ass, but Dollman's like, really? Like, I think it's like...
Yes, that is how your conversation goes. You know, when you go to hang him behind you, just like... and he's like, really, Sam? The buttocks?
Then
so you clip him to the front, and he's like, I prefer to ride shotgun.
No, so I definitely think that's actually a Mimir reference.
As, like, a thematic aside... you talked about that. A buddy of ours linked a review, which is like Sam is a truck.
It's such a
we read it and talked about that, and you're like, no, like thematically, I've been playing it. That's true though. Like Sam really is like a proper everyman. He still has some conversations or scenes where he kind of just awkwardly stands there staring, but he usually gets a little bit more back and forth. You do actually have kind of like dialogue options and dialogue trees. Sam isn't usually voiced when you're talking to like people inside shelters and distro centers, but you can ask them questions.
Oh, okay.
You know, have a little back and forth, and there's a button so you can replay previous conversations if you missed something.
Okay.
Usually it's simple shit, like just somebody will be like, oh, thank you, Sam. I have unlocked new weapons for you. And Sam can be like, what weapons have you given me? You know, like, but there's back and forth, and you know, Sam still talks to himself while out on the road and stuff. But like, you know, with Dollman you can get a little conversation, but like genuinely, like Sam is the everyman of just like he's just here to do a job. His new iconic hat is the "Why Me" hat. It's your first cosmetic in the game, and like your coworkers when you join Drawbridge are like you've got Fragile, who's still a little weird. You know, she's dressing more like the boss now, but she's still like. These days, I'm fragile in name only, you know. You've got Tarman, whose hand is a ghost. His ghost hand lets you steer in the tar currents, and then when it's not a ghost hand, it's a cat. And then your other coworker is Dollman, who is a doll. He's a ghost inside a doll. And then you do have your weird... there's Charlie. Charlie is the patron. The backer. And so they appear through like a 2D projection on a mannequin. So like that at least is like that's not an on the nose name. That's somebody who's like, Sam, I can't reveal my identity right now. So like Sam is the normal guy in a ship that sails the tar currents of the afterlife to Australia. And he's the only one who's not that weird. Like, you're going through some stuff. You got some stuff going on. But, like, what's going on with you is, like, way low down on the priority compared to, like, some of your weird friends. I'm wondering if eventually they'll let you use Magellan. It's, like, a fast travel point. You can't quite do that yet. Right now, like, early in Australia, mostly just the Magellan just... basically keeps following you every time I unlock a new node. It will, like, move to the new area, you know, like the new area where you get coverage, right? I just kind of float there.
Are you shitting me? Do I literally have one bell too few? Hang on.
Ooh, shit.
Hang on. No, wait. Yeah, no. Because I would need 216, right? Oh wait, no. Then I need even
Yeah,
more,
it's
even more for
72.
9, don't I? Son of a bitch.
But yeah, so the
Oh wait, no. This should be it.
DH Magellan, like, just follows you around, but it is technically like a mobile base. Like, it's got a private room with all the normal features in there. You can store vehicles in it,
Okay.
you know, and deploy out the front ramp and stuff. And I suspect that once I'm further in the story, it will be like a proper, like, fast travel thing.
Yeah.
Like, the, you know, Tarman will let you actually, like, order the ship around to pop up in places. So, all in all, just, like, lots of different convenient stuff. Which is good, because there's also new shit.
God damn it.
Like new hazards. Like, first of all, I think the environmental team, you know, heard the message about parts of Death Stranding 1 not looking like America. Mexico and Australia look like the middle of fucking nowhere, Mexico and Australia.
Rad.
There's a lot of sand, there's a lot of rocks. A lot more, like, uneven rocks, a lot more, like, natural-looking erosion, which is important because water flow actually matters. There are rivers in the game still, but also when it rains upriver specifically, rivers flood. The water level goes up. It gets deeper in the middle, and the banks get expanded. This can damage your structures if they're too close to water. My first bridge actually got destroyed. Because I built it too close to floodwaters. I didn't realize, you know.
Yeah, that'd be bad, okay?
Luckily, I don't know if the first one does this without upgrading, but you can now set bridges to be either 30 meters or 45 meters.
And the first one, I think it was 30 meters and 50 meters, actually.
And maybe that'll be like a third tier later, but you can set them like right away to be different lengths. So you can skip some of that. But there's a lot more weird. There are, like, weird new little chiral enemies. You're introduced to what are called chiral rats or chiral spiders, which are just, like, you know, the rats just look like skulls that skitter across the ground. The spiders are just spiders made of hands.
Great.
I think Kojima watched Elden Ring. They're, like, small, and you can run them over, but they reduce your battery a little in your vehicle. Mostly, I think they're just there so that you have, like, environmental hazards that you gotta, like, shoot at a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But they can crop up to give you risks. But, like, even though you go to Mexico right away, there's a couple of different environments. There are some, like, obviously rivers. There are areas around the border where there are sandstorms. And let me tell you, sandstorms, fucking blackout, like whiteout conditions, you know? Like, you will not see anything unless you're using the terrain scanner type shit. Also, Sam gets super sandy. Like, when you go to your private room after that, because it's, to show off the mechanic, the first run you do to the first city in Mexico, has a sandstorm happen, like, right away to show you off the new engine. And, like, you go to that private room, Sam is dusty. But that can recur. There are floods, like I said. There's, like, new forms of rain. There's some areas where, like, lightning strikes happen a lot. I've never actually been struck by lightning, but they're spooky.
Very startling. Just,
We have actual fucking, like, jungle, like, dense foliage. Luckily, not in a BT area, so it's not, like, as bad as the wind farm, but there is a bandit camp in the jungle that you have to go to for like, plot missions. So, like, the game's really showing off its new environments and stuff, so it's not, like, easy mode, it's just they give you a lot of your tools a lot faster so you can start, like, adapting to your flavor. And it does something that I really like about video games. One of the features you unlock after you kind of get through the prologue stuff, you start working with Drawbridge formally. You get access to APAS systems. APAS is the new, like, automated system that's kind of, like, running parts of the UCA and, like, Porter stuff. First of all, not only do you increase your chiral bandwidth, but you also increase your APAS memory as you level up places because they literally build more servers for this computer on the beach. But your memory is your EXP. We're a baby RPG now. You have a fucking skill tree. You have a sphere grid. And you unlock these by increasing your little 5-point thing, Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
So you increase them as you level up stuff. So if you do a lot of combat, you knock out a lot of bandits, you'll level up combat traits faster. You do a lot of sneaking, you'll unlock stealth stuff. And these skills you can unlock with APAS memory. Like I said, I'm still pretty early in the game. I'm like barely into Australia, which is the proper like big map. You start on the southwestern side, by the way. I think so. We're gonna end in Melbourne, or maybe Sydney. But like I've already unlocked Timefall recharges Sam's battery.
Oh.
Emergency vehicle charging from Sam's battery. If your vehicle goes flat, you can expend Sam battery to recharge it. It says it's inefficient, but it's enough to jump you a little way. More efficient vehicle batteries. You can have your canteen fill up more efficiently if you get in rivers or go through Timefall.
Okay.
But you can also unlock like bigger upgrades. Less cooldown, farther range on your terrain scanner. More focused terrain scanner mode. This is where you can unlock the motion scanner to track enemies with, like, scan human enemies with the Ultra Deck terrain scanner as well.
Okay.
You can unlock an aim assist.
Aim assist,
you know,
really?
to make your to make your reticle more sticky on people. You can increase your affinity with exoskeletons, make yourself less likely to tip over if you're using them. You know, just lots of little things, and they're the kind of things that like were in the first game. Like I said, like the motion tracker is literally a thing you unlock, but instead of being a thing you have to progress shelters, you just, if you level up your core skills, you'll increase them, and you can choose whether or not to buy and unlock them. And I think you have unlimited reset. You do have to reset everything, but you can reset it and buy out stuff if you want to.
Okay.
So like much better feeling sense of progression, you know. This is in addition to, like, when you complete jobs or hit zones, you'll sometimes get a little alert, which is just like, same skills of level from its experiences. This includes not just carry capacity and stuff, but also, like, weapon skills. Like, I've seen little buffs to handguns, level 1 to level 2, sniper rifles, level 1 to level 2. So, like, the progression feels much better here, which is good. Like, this is something we talked about a lot because we've been streaming Death Stranding 1 a lot. Lucky's been playing it even more off-stream as well. The game's pacing is a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, you're really softballed on the East Coast. Like, you don't get hardly anything cool to do over there. And at the end, like, just before the first mandatory boss fight, they give you hematic grenades. There is a mandatory boss fight at the end of Mexico. Fragile warns you that there might be a giant BT, so it's not really a spoiler. It's like a thing you're expecting to run into. But like by then, you've already unlocked a couple different weapons, you know? Like you'll be given the default MP grenade. You'll literally get the ability to have your MP bullets damage BTs before that. And you'll unlock the blood grenades probably. So like you have a lot more tools before that first mandatory fight kicks in. And I gotta tell you, I've only done one of those big boss fights with BTs, but the new version of the boss BT that I fought there, definitely way more dynamic than Squid Dolphins already. Like, has a couple different attack patterns and does different stuff.
Okay.
So, like, you know, more variety. Bandit camps are a little different. So far, I haven't actually seen porters spawn on the map, but I suspect that they'll do that thing when they start showing up again as well. But, again, they work kind of like Metal Gear Solid 5 Pilled. If you defeat every bandit in a camp, the camp levels down.
Oh, okay.
So, enemies get weaker, they get fewer in number, and actually they don't respawn for a couple of days.
Okay.
So, like, you can clear out the camp and just run up and steal their shit without having to keep knocking out everybody,
okay,
you know, for a while. They just despawn. Oh, I should also say, day-night cycle happens naturally over time, but also every time you rest, you'll skip to the next time zone. So, like, if you prefer to be in the dark and be at night, you can wait till night. You want to do it in the sun's up, you can wait till the sun's up. I assume there's like stealth stuff at night, but also you do have a couple of different sources of lights. You can use vehicle lights and use the Ultra Deck flashlight, by your choice. So that's like just another like good feature to show the passage of time, kind of a thing. But yeah, so like enemy variety is there. The game did warn me that if you like leave a camp alone for a while, they may start to increase in rank.
Oh, okay.
And like get new tools, so you're kind of like encouraged to every once in a while pop in and beat everybody up.
That makes sense, because you didn't get to see this on stream, but I ran by some mule camps now, post getting to South Knot. Now they all have guns and fucking gun emplacements, so I'm just like, how?
You just leveled up gradually.
Like, thankfully they're using rubber bullets and stuff, but still just like, guys, I just got to South Knot. How did you get, fucking gun emplacements and learn how to use them?
I don't know. Maybe Higgs told him.
I don't know. Maybe.
But yeah, so like I said, the gameplay is pretty good, pretty broad. Giving you lots of different options for stuff. I will say something that's interesting is we've kind of changed a little bit how jobs work. There's obviously like core jobs, standard deliveries. There are sub-orders for optional but encouraged objectives that are like plot mandatory, like unlocking various shelters and stuff.
Okay.
Cases of just like lost cargo or construction requests are not in orders at all.
Mm-hmm.
There is a new tab called aid requests, which are tracked on your map and a separate menu. So like there'll be cases where like, hey, please build a timefall shelter here. Hey, please replace this ladder here, kind of a thing. Those are all aid requests, so you can just ignore them if you don't want to do them. Or you can track them and target them and go there. And these sometimes include like, oh, hey, I lost 5 of our packages of walking sticks washed away in a flood. Could you get those back for us, kind of a thing. Normal lost cargo type stuff.
Yeah.
So, that's a good way to track that stuff. But also, standard orders are a little different when you do unlock them.
Oh.
So, I forget what they actually call the challenge mode in one.
Mm-hmm. Premium?
But you don't have to do that anymore.
Oh, okay.
Basically, the way it works is you take the sub-job and it will say, fragile cargo, limited time, minimum 1 and so many containers. And if you just do the standard job good, you get Legend of Legends.
Okay.
Like, you don't have to set it to be the challenge version of the job. The main thing is that standard orders are not infinitely repeatable. I assume there will be a way to repeat them later to try and get a better rank. But you cannot just farm the same standard job over and over again for stars. So that is a little interesting because that, ran me into oddball stuff where, like, in Mexico, I was able to max out the artist pretty fast through just, like, doing a couple of her jobs and just finding lost cargo. So, like, I feel like there was less incentive to complete the couple of standard orders I had that would go to her specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas for other areas, I did all their standard orders, and got full marks and still, like, had to fucking wander around the desert looking for lost cargo to get them to 5.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there will be, like, again, that's another unlock is like they'll add, repeatable standard orders like in the late game so that you can actually round out all your 5 stars. I also say I'm a little sad Sam no longer puts stars on his uniform.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maxing out, like, preppers still lets you rest in their shelter, and you usually get, like, holograms and other rewards, but, yeah, Sam isn't actually, like, collecting stars on his uniform. They don't, like, give you a star to put on, and I'm kind of like, oh, I kind of missed that.
Yeah.
You do, like, get a variety of different stuff, like, you do get a bunch of, like, cosmetic patches, which I don't know if they, like, that will, the metrics of the backpack are still a little bad, but, you now get 2 backpack charm slots.
Oh, okay.
Sam has 2 little loopies.
No longer forced
So
to have the Ludens in there.
Yeah. I've only unlocked one, which is the porter emblem, which says it lets you see other porters on the map. But like I said, since I haven't unlocked wandering porters, I don't see much what's going on here. Like, I don't know if it's like supposed to keep track of like where online players in your cluster are on the map. I just haven't seen anything. But yeah, it's still, like I said, the game just basically has a lot more streamlining and a lot less faff. Like, just being able to access your cargo management menu, like, basically anywhere, to respec everything. Your starting jobs is pretty streamlined. You know, you go, do you want to fabricate? Okay, add this to your order. You know, do you want to set this? Do you want to spend APAS points? You want to run the route simulator? And then you just disembark. You can even, like, hold square to, like, select multiple orders to set up at once. And it's good. It's a good game. I'll, you know, after we're done here, I'll be back to it.
Like I said, I still got a couple of days to go. But even then, I might wait till I'm actually done with Death Stranding 1 before getting to it. I'm not sure. I don't actually know at what percentage of the game we're actually complete with.
Yeah, like I said, Death Stranding 1 is a little weird in the pacing. Because you're like... I think you've got like 2 more big areas to connect.
Well, we gotta get to the way station, and then the distro center, and then Mountain Knot. And then after that, we have to get to like Hartman, and then I think we have to like connect our way down to the coast.
And there's going to be a segment with Lockney as well.
Yeah, no. So it's like there's still plenty to do, but I'm not, like, again, talking about the pacing. I'm not sure if the pacing of it is the thing.
Yeah, like that's another thing that, like I said, you know, I'm like, I think my save time's like right around like between 13 and 15 hours, and I haven't done too much idling. And, like, those first 10 hours are a hell of a lot tighter in Death Stranding 2. Like, if you want to just slam... I tweeted about this, but I joked that you can tell Sam's in his dad phase because he stopped slamming Bridges Energy. He drinks canned chiral tea now. In cutscenes, he'll drink Timefall Porter, but your default drink in private rooms is tea. But, like, if you just slam back those teas, you can probably speedrun the entire, like, you know, first episode in under 10 hours and, like, be in Australia, be doing the main plot. Or you could do like I did, and, you know, like, once you get the ability to go back through the plate gate and do standard orders, you can fuck around in Mexico for a while.
Like, he is probably gonna go back and fuck around in Mexico for a while.
Hey, like I said, I unlocked some cool stuff there. You know, that's how you get leveled up guns. And, you know, like I said, unlocked a couple stuff. Really liking the silenced pistol. It is very quiet. And, you know, I think I don't know if it's just, like, my damage or my, like, weapon skill, but, like, you know, couple taps with the headshot, knocks him out.
No, I'm gonna be excited to get there. I'm mostly concerned right now that if I start playing Death Stranding 2, I'm gonna, you know, start getting confused. My controls messed up with Death Stranding 1.
That, I bet, will happen because we did move around some buttons. Circle is punch.
Circle punch.
Square is to do climbing and interactions. Triangle is usually cargo management stuff. X is still jump.
Okay. I still don't have 5 of any of these bitches. Oh, that's my final one of these, though. That can be put into the box. Alright, so you got anything else you want to talk about Death Stranding 2?
I think I'm good for now.
Alrighty. Well, let's see here. We can talk about game for a little bit, but like as I said, last session was off for me. I know other people were saying off. I can't remember that well. I don't remember what I did that well. I don't remember what the reaction was that well. At one point, I was like, guys, I just can't. I need to step, get some coffee, something. I am so not here. It is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, you had to take a fiver, take a lap, and we switched scenes. So yeah, no, like that's in the recording. You can hear it.
No, it was kind of a rainy day. But things are progressing. Finally make it back to Stonehearth. Got to, start prepping up more stuff. Got a really interesting letter from the king. I was looking, I was just like, oh.
So like I said, I kind of feel like the like, what would I say? Like, you guys have kind of waxed and waned in how serious the Fog Veil is. Like, sometimes we're like, no, this is very serious, this is very complicated. And other times it's just like, we'll pop over, it'll just be a weekend. We'll come right back. And it's like, no, I think you guys breaching the news to the king he's treating it as pretty significant news. This is a fairly sizable task you guys have decided to tackle, so he's got stuff to say about it.
Also, yes, Lucky makes all of his CE bombs out of the potions in Sakura's bento because it amuses me. But yeah, things are gonna get started. But one of the things that has kind of come up about Rain specifically is the creation of backup characters. I've been talking about Aaron's been thinking about his. Dallas actually just says, yeah, my backup had told us his backup one. I like his. He just says his is a runic sniper from related to Conrad's family. I'm all like, you know what? That's simple and to the point. I like it. Because I made me a couple concepts, but I didn't actually do a lot of the connecting thing. It's like, I want to make this concept. And I did. And now that I made the concept, I'm like, okay, how would I connect this to the group? No fucking idea. Axe in the chat was a little concerned that everyone's making backup characters and was like, do I need to make a backup character? And everyone's all like, not really, but they're useful to have just in case. And one of the things that I explained in their kind of a general statement, I like having a backup character just because I don't want to be caught flat-footed if something bad does happen to my main character. And I also want to tell Omega, it's like, yeah, no, if something bad happens to Enos, I am prepared. I am not banking everything on my character here. The show will go on and stuff. Like I said, death can come on swift wings. See Conrad almost dying, if not for a helmet. You never know. Also, that incident with Bloody Brad, where Conrad got, what was it, like 6 tens?
I think he got 5 tens, but it was with a big sword, so he just obliterated that guy.
Obliterated, death. So, it's just one of those things of all, yeah, my character can die maybe at any moment. I should probably think about that. Actually, I got...
Well, and I want to say that's kind of because we did have a separate conversation, which I think did...
Omega?
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry, you just said we had a separate conversation there, and then just stopped.
Oh, sorry. Maybe Discord ate a little bit of that. I finished the word. I was saying we had a separate conversation out there. Yeah, it was only a transitional word, but we were talking... Oh, God, when was it exactly? It was a couple weeks ago. I think it was before even that session last Sunday. But we first of all we dug through the rain rulebook and found out that you can as a group can spend EXP on stats.
Company stats, yes.
Yes, company stats. Which is helpful because like I talked when we even found that I was like, wow, I really wish there was a unified rule for this because the way the section on assets make it sounds like is if a person wants to do it, they have to spend 10 all at once, but maybe they don't. But that was the thing. That conversation got us into kind of the ethos of the company. Yeah, Black said in chat, so I paused there that time. Which is that the company is like an enduring thing, and even the book says this straight up. Like, technically, not that your game master should gun for a TPK, but if you experience a TPK, assuming that your company is strong enough and set up correctly, you can all roll new characters and continue with the same company.
Yeah.
So, like, that I think was kind of the conversation that we had that triggered some of the backup conversation call, because the game can be set up that way.
Yeah. So, been putting some thought into that, and actually, I should go make sure I got all the other ones before I start shoving them into stuff. So that, but some of those thoughts are gonna have to wait till later because we're not doing Rain this week. We're going back to the Singularity War, and that has been experience all on its own right now. Just, you know, trying to shake off the rust of those thoughts. One of those things of I go back, look at my character, and be like, what was I doing? You know, look at some of my stats and my talents, and I was like, what was I thinking? I've done some subtle shifting around on Claymore as a character. Nothing too crazy. I haven't had to do a full rebuild like someone in our group.
Yeah, Dallas is, we think, had to rebuild his character because he did not have the sheet stored in the cloud.
I think Dallas is just horrible.
Previous computer.
I think Dallas is just horrible about keeping proper notes.
Well, Dallas said that he had his notes document separate and had that online. It's just like almost all of us do our character sheets on like Google Docs and stuff.
He also never names anything the same. He always gives it his own spin, and then it comes back to you later and be like, what is this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm still fighting with crap essences here. But so we're gonna be playing that tomorrow. Honestly, with not having to wait for a law, we actually might be able to get started sooner rather than later. Surprisingly,
it's true. We'll figure it out. We'll have to see what Dallas's exact schedule is, but we can probably get started a little earlier. My notes are mostly done. I'll have to speedball some just NPC details rapidly, but I can fit that in before we get started. It'll be interesting because at first I was thinking of this, you know, with a 2-week gap, not a 3-week gap, but we actually, you know, made sure to do our math. That's not 100% my fault because I asked Loth about it, and as he said when we talked about it later, he can't do math.
Nope.
He can't count.
Nope.
So he was thinking it was 2 weeks, but it's 3 Sundays. It's effectively 3 weeks. It's like 20 days.
I feel there was.
But I was assuming that we do the usual, like, because we're us, and especially because we're gonna have like probably the first phase of like shaking off the rust of like, okay, let's do, you know, a little character stuff. What am I doing with my downtime? What have I got going on? Do I need to buy anything? Do I need to punch anybody? You know, kind of a thing. That it's going to be, despite the fact that I think the Sprawl is supposed to be a one-shot game, we usually kept the format of job pitch, legwork, action phase. Like almost all of our adventures are like that.
Yeah.
But when we jumped to Genesis, a lot of those kind of keep the same phase, which is like, okay, we're on a job. All right, let's do prep. Let's interview. Let's get boots on the ground. Let's figure out what we're doing. And then, we'll do another setup, which is just like, okay, go action. Like, you have had some urgent jobs or some small stuff where you're just like, fuck it, we ball. But definitely, like, I think the cyberpunk super criminals kind of vibe is definitely like, okay, we got to plan the job, and then we got to execute the job.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna see that. Like I said, it's amazing. Like, how long has it been since we played Singularity War? It's been over a year.
It's been a while. Let me check the... I think I should have metadata dates on the AP, so let me check when I recorded the last one. Tab that open. Singularity War 20
gets shoved into one.
Created 5/6/2024. It has been over a year.
Okay,
makes sense because I think we phased out of Singularity War to go to Reign, which is at about 52 sessions.
Yeah. See, that's 42. Let's keep pushing this here. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, you can make, like, this, like, because I was thinking about this, like, I was thinking about how I was probably playing Claymore before and how I want to play him going forward, and I was like, no, Claymore needs to be a little bit more mean and ruthless. Like, I think Claymore, like, as he was not necessarily afraid to, start a fight nor end a fight. But I was looking at Claymore with stealth. I was like, wait, why does Claymore have stealth? Why is Claymore stealthy? Claymore doesn't need to be stealthy. Claymore goes to the if the everyone is dead, it was stealthy rule. It's like, and if
I mean, not to make you feel too called out, but I strongly suspect that as a Genesis character, Claymore didn't start with stealth, and then through the 20 sessions we ran, there were a couple times where I was like, make a stealth check, and you were like, I can't fucking do that.
Yeah,
what do you mean I can't sneak up on a guy?
Yeah, no, like, this is probably, this is probably true, but, like, this is one of those moments when I should have just doubled down as Claymore and be like, I don't need to make no stealth, like, bang, bang, bang. Now no one gets to make stealth check, which might have, sucked for the players if we're trying to be stealthy, but it's just one of those things of, like, no, I need Claymore to be more selfish, mean, ruthless, oriented in his fucking goals. So it was like one of those things. So definitely made some changes there. Also, got rid of cybernetics for Claymore. I'm like, Claymore is a soldier of Foch who's good with guns. I do not need fucking doctor skills. I'm broken. Well, I better go.
That I think you picked up during the course of the Genesis sessions because you wanted to be able to save money by being able to heal and upgrade yourself.
Yeah, and again, but it's one of those things. I'm a soldier of fortune. I need to, spend money and stuff.
No, that's fair. I think if you and I feel like some of our time in Reign has made people more comfortable with like spending money.
Yeah. So, making a bit of changes, and I'm gonna see how it is, but it's just, just maybe that year of, like, playing Enos and playing in the different, like, vibes and economy makes me look at another character and be all like, I should do this a bit different. So I'm excited to see how that is going to turn out. Like I said, probably might generate some more friction with player and characters, but this is one of those things that I have to, we have to put into motion to actually find out. Also, I need to, well, I'll probably buy more guns, but I need to stick with my guns. We were remarking on this. I go through a lot of guns. I see a gun like, this gun is the most awesome thing ever! Then, I don't use it. I'm all like, why did I buy this?
Yeah, literally, you like looked at your character sheet and you had a super tricked out like seeker, which is like like a smart gun, guided munitions, and you were like, "When the fuck did I get this? Why do I have this?" And actually, it was correct. It was like, "Oh, I think you really liked some of the seeker options," and that was when I commented on like, I think other than that, once I designed the croquette, the smart pistol, as your sidearm, which is itself sneaky in a sense,
Yeah.
that requires stealth checks, just it makes it hard to spot. Which can be an advantage to not actually putting points in stealth. But, like, other than once you pick that up, that became kind of like Claymore's dedicated sidearm. I think, especially throughout the Genesis years, you've probably gone through, like, 4 or 5 preferred ultimate weapons.
Yeah.
Like, you bought, like, a railgun for a little while, and then we're like, nah, I don't need this.
I'm so bad.
You have the Seeker rifle, obviously. I can't remember if you actually bought the Shepherd rifle or just liked it.
I think I just like it. I don't think I bought it. I still have the Trank rifle though, but that's for special occasions.
Yeah, that is the Shepherd's rifle. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you have kept that.
Well, not the unique one, because there is a iconic one. I got a regular ass one.
All right, yeah. Like that was a phase that went through a little, and it you still got it on your sheet, but you've gone through a couple. I know that in some gaps of playing the Sprawl, obviously Claymore's original weapon was the Carnage.
Honestly, if I can get the iconic weapon Carnage, I'll probably use that again. I liked it. Again, Claymore.
I designed it to be true to life.
Yeah. I'll probably pick that up if I can find one. But no, I was looking at Claymore, and so like Claymore shouldn't be engaging from like medium to large. Like with my little bit of tweaks, I was able to actually get Claymore to Fearsome 5, which is as high as you can frickin' go. In this game, if I get into melee distance with an enemy, they have to make a... It's Formidable, which is 5, right? Or is it Daunting? I can't remember the terms now.
Yeah, Formidable... oh no, Formidable is I think 5.
Yeah, but they have to make a 5 purple, a formidable check, fear check against Claymore. And I actually had to ask around because I didn't remember, but Aaron remembered it thankfully. Where the scale of the field charts was, and it was just like the range for fear 5 was being attacked by a demon. Oh god, what was actually the other ones? Because they were like, man, me just being able to walk up to people and cause this level of fear is crazy. Where was it?
Yeah, there was some Innocent Island.
I just remember being attacked by demons was one of them, which everyone had the chuckle about. Yeah. Let's see here. That's right. It was in Game Master's Toolkit. Horror. There it is. Scroll down. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, it's big. Somebody, I think Aaron screen capped it and clipped it.
Nah, I did that, but Aaron was the one. Yeah, 5. Utterly, state of fear. Utterly terrified. A hopeless or utterly terrifying situation, combating things incomprehensible to one's mind, being attacked by demons, fear so paralyzing that sanity cracks. I'm just all like, yeah, I do that. I do that to people, and I'm just all like, I need to utilize that more.
Yeah, I read that description, and I was just like, fighting Claymore's like fighting a demon. Yes, no, that sounds correct.
So
especially this Claymore, who has effectively died, was probably clinically dead for a little bit, was stuffed all in the cyborg bits and came back, is like, yeah, no, that guy's real freaky. And I know that I mean, like I said, I'll get over it. I'm pretty sure you didn't go that deep before, because you were like, oh, I'm kind of concerned about, zeroing out Omega's NPCs by making them fail fear checks all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to get it closer for that, and I think that can be a valid way to deal with enemies up close. Plus, you never know who's gonna roll stuff.
It's true.
Genesis is in general way better about giving NPCs skills like vigilance and discipline than Star Wars was. I think Fantasy Flight for Star Wars was trying to make a statement with stormtroopers don't have lots of discipline or vigilance. Imperials are usually you know, stupid and unobservant, and I'm like, yes, but it makes it tougher to design threats. Also, yes, no, cosmetically, you know, Claymore's been buying only Suzaku products. I think he has an armor set that looks, you know, emboldens his Oni look.
Yeah, no, I got
Intimidating
combat.
paint
I
job and all
got
that.
combat armor, and then I did streetwear and intimidating paint job on it to give it the more demonic theme. But yeah, no, basically everything else he owns is basically SSS. That does remind me, though. I realize I have a thermaptic camouflage on my combat armor. I was like, nah, I'm gonna get rid of that. I do not sneak. Probably gonna get what was it, full rent on it, so it is easier for me to get close without being blown to bits. I would like to not be blown to bits. Thank you. That happened once. I did not like it. But yeah, no, actually, Claymore has several pieces of armor, because I checked. He has concealed armor for when he wears, you know, a business suit. Combat armor, which is his everyday streetwear, and then I did get the hard suit, which I haven't tricked out yet, but it's big and bulky, and I cannot drive a fucking truck in it. It doesn't work like that. It's probably going in a drop box.
No, because the hard suit is itself a vehicle.
Yes.
But yeah, it'll be fun to do, and the prep work I did for this, if you're following along with us, because we have a big session 0 and stuff. And I'll make sure to post some of the docs and stuff. But
we got new people here. Oh,
the prep for this I did was I wrote a lot about the outside the mega cities, and the first job that we're definitely doing is a job for Granny Coyote, one of the fixers, with who Claimer called in a favor, I believe, last time with the rusters on, to actually go outside the city.
Mm-hmm.
Not super far, but, you know, several dozen miles. So actually try some of that for size.
No, so that is that. Like I said, I do want to get back to Rain. There are things that I want to get started on. Some of them secret, some of them not. But like I said, we can't. So I'm looking forward to at least refreshing my Singularity War brain for this little bit. It's like I might. I don't know. I'm a little leery about trying to talk about Rain in the chat when we're not gonna be able to play Rain. We're gonna play Singularity War. You know, I still
you don't want to. You just like, for instance, you just talked about like with Death Stranding, like don't want to fuck up your controls. It's kind of the same thing, you know. We're working on one thing mentally. We don't want to like derail everybody, coop everybody out. But we'll see where it's at once we're like once we're actually in Singularity War, if it gets easier.
Yeah.
And you know, if you ever need, hey, if you're doing lots of advanced quests, you need something to listen to. Check out not only the Rain APs, there will be 52 of them. Like I said, we need to upload the latest one. But there's 20 Singularity Wars and like a dozen sprawls before that, which is all the Singularity War setting. Like I said, we came up with in like a 5-hour session 0.
Mm-hmm.
So plenty of listening material there.
Alright, but I think that's enough on that, so let's go to the last thing. I'm gonna take that over, but...
Yep, go for it.
Give me a second here. Yes! We're gonna talk about horse girls.
There's my Steam notification.
Surprise! Yeah, so Lucky's been playing Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Now on phone and Steam. Interesting enough.
Yep,
Steam
global
release
release
didn't have its own
not too long ago.
didn't have its own standalone release, but you know, it's in the net. I'm in it. I'm playing it. I wasn't sure if I was going to play it. I actually didn't start the same day everyone else did. I started a day late. Just because I'm like, I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to play that game. I got too many gacha games. And then I just keep seeing people posting it in the, you know, our general mobiles game thread. I'm all like, horse girls! And I got sucked in. This is around the time that I had space issues with my computer, so I actually used that opportunity to go cold turkey on some other games that I had been waffling about. I finally... They gave me the sad faces on the install, which is a McCheater move, but I understand. But I was able to finally uninstall Stowbreak, I uninstalled Girls Frontline 2, I uninstalled Girls Frontline, and several other games that I just have not been playing. I kept Blue Archive, FGO, Azure Lane, and Nikkei, and added Uma Musume to this. So now I have a total of 5 games that I'm holding on to right now. But fuck it, let's fucking buck shin up this speed strats. That's what we live for here. Yeah, that's mostly set up. Oh, wait, nope. That's not what I wanted to do. But yes, Uma Musume. It has been... Oh, do I have... What? There it is. Uma Musume. It has taken several communities by storm. We have been seeing several people playing it, several people making art of it, several people commenting on it. And it is a trip. I am currently interacting with one of the, what I would say is a meme character in this series, Sakuren Bakushin O, who is very hilarious, as she is kind of a good-natured idiot, but kind of broken in her own sense. Basically, yeah, we're just gonna activate skip. We don't actually need to engage with the dialogue. Because it will interfere with us getting to do stuff. So just to show, like here, in Uma Musume, you basically have horse girls, and you basically have to race them with the intent of winning the race or placing well within them. Usually, I think at best you have to generally place within the top 5, the top 3, or win the race. There are a few exceptions where you just have to run in the race. That's usually for some story purpose. But to win races, you basically have to train up your stats and, you know, learn special skills. How you do that is you basically go into a training menu and you get to pick 5 skills. Because the way that happens is depending on how the strategy that you want your horse to run will tell you what stats you need to level. Not for Bakushin. Bakushin, all you have to do, I mean this literally, I'm going to do it, is make her a front runner and just hit speed. Nothing but speed. You will win. It's a little stupid, but we're gonna get started on it. So, like I said, you have a failure rate because you have energy and you have so many turns before you have to like do certain races. I hear Bakushin in my fucking sleep, guys. It's crazy. Right now, I'm working on getting her mood up, because when her mood is up, she races better and training works better. So it's basically a lot of balancing, you know, her mood, her energy, training, learning skills, doing races. The problem, though, is this game is... Well, I'm sorry, I think Omega's trying to say something, but I just keep talking.
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt too much, but I was just checking my backlog on Twitter. I super called it. They've officially announced when Servant Summer Festival is. Release date is 7/18 PST, so the 19th.
19th
is 2 weeks.
I gotta do more grinding of all my quests. I need to get more quartz. I could break out the credit card. I would rather not break out the credit card. Oh, it's connecting. I'm like, why are we not doing the thing? But this game features a lot of RNG because it is totally worth it. Excuse you. Let's say this better hurry. More guts. Brain. I lost it. This game features a lot of RNG and a lot of stuff. Like, let's see here. Training. Like, in the training here, you can see, like, if you look at the upper right there, you can see this little icon. This is from your support deck. Support decks basically aid you in a training by, you know, giving additional bonuses and maybe proccing, like, special events. But the amount that they give, where they appear, and if they give hints or not, completely random. Generally, you can help that along by leveling up the support cards, but it's only ever a chance. So, like, as you can see here, over here, there's, like, 3 of them. And one of them has a hint. I'm not doing that. Like I said, we're doing speed-only strats here. Yes, I had a 12% chance of failing. Guess what? I hit that 12%. It's great. Now, rest, Bakushin. We have to fucking recover. So, but there's a lot of energy. A lot of people saying this game is basically a roguelike because you basically... I'm saying basically a lot. Because... you don't improve your horse girls, like, between runs. Basically, every time you start one, you start fresh. So you get legacies that you can attach to them based on previous runs or whatever your friends have posted that can give them some bonuses at the start. But they generally start pretty low, and you have to train them up. And due to the fact that you have to rely on RNG in the training of them with, you know, supports, hints, getting skills and stuff, it can get very weird on like what actually happens. Especially like, as I said, like you have a failure to train that if you fail that, then you have to spend time recovering, which slows down training and stuff. And that stuff can happen even as low as 12%. I've had it happen as low as 7%. I'm just all like, thanks, game. But it's exciting because, like, we're almost to the first race here. Let's go and ask. Let me make sure I get skills here. Just flustered front runners? Nah, we'll hold off on that. Wait till there's more racers. But race day! Like I said, he shows it off here. Talks about the track, the length. We're gonna be right, and now you're going on the right, you're gonna be on the outer. How many fans does the type race? This is the Junior Make debut. We're gonna race. I'm having connection issues again. Yeah. But yeah, like every Umamusume has like preferred things, like everything's rated. Like we have End Closer here, who basically hangs out at the end until the final end, and then races, makes the last spurt to the finish. Late and Pace kind of stay in the middle. Late with the back of the pack, Pace with the front of the pack. And Front Runner is just, I'm speed constantly. It's slightly funny. Because I won this race, you can usually like skip the race in here, but I want to like show it off. And we'll just watch.
This is a very, exciting part of it. I've heard people talk about, showing friends and relatives the game with the races and like everybody get in there. I just saw a fucking tweet. Well, like I said, I was double checking my Twitter notifications after like 4 hours. Streamer Northern Lion recently streamed Uma Musume. His Twitch chat got him into it, and he it was like one of his biggest streams ever, and also he had like 80% of the views for this game on Twitch. So like there's definitely a spectating aspect to this game. Like people want to watch it.
No, so yeah, no, we're horse racing right now, and like we get to the horse racing camera, like we're in the back. We put a little triangle over your girl so you can see she's run up to the front here. We have a commentary. The commentary gets a little weird when because it's basically they're stitching the words together sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's funny. But as you can see, I've done nothing but speed and... Oop, Bakushin got rushed. She's going to be using up her stamina a little bit. But this is a sprint, which is one of the shortest races you can do.
And she's fucking destroying them.
Yes. See, we're in the last spurt where everyone starts doing their strat. Some of them are trying to catch up, but as you can see, they've all entered speed mode.
I know this is a horse race, but I think we can say that you just dog walked those other girls.
Yeah.
And obviously that's not as dramatic as it can be, but there is something satisfying about just starting and just being like, nope.
No, there have been like plenty of races in which one of my actual favorite ones is Pace Chaser. Which is you basically hang out, because basically what happens when a race is you have basically 3 groups. You have the front pack, which is usually the front runners, the middle pack, which is made up of pace chasers and late surgers, and then the back, which is made up of enclosers. Pace chaser is fun because they hang out in the back until the final stretch and then try to sprint ahead. And so just seeing your Uma Musume just close in slowly, just pulling in, you can just... Yeah, it gets the dopamine going. It really does. Like, it's pretty amazing. But no, I've been playing this game, like, a lot. Haven't spent any money on it. Like, I'm gonna be... Like, I will be... The real is real. So a lot of people have been showing off the rolls. I haven't spent a dime, haven't made a single roll. I've actually... saved up a pretty penny in carrots. Let's see here. I can save and exit. Yeah, no, I got like 19k here. I have not spent a single carrot on a roll yet. Mostly because I don't know what to roll for. This is one of those things of like... this is one of those things of like, I like my horse girls, but none of them, like, very few of them, like, scream out at me. And the ones that I generally like are not the rare ones. They're some of the, more common ones. So if I just start rolling, I'll get them. So I've just been kind of waiting to see. But, they are generous at the beginning. They give you, like, a pick a 3-star. I picked, Tokai Teo because she is cute. I love her. Unfortunately, she's a little hard to run in career because she has some very tough races very quickly, and it's hard to get the stats up for them. Some things that people have been talking about this game that actually at launch this game is actually very rough. It has some very grindy events and you do not necessarily have all the tools that you like, you know, the game will eventually give us. So people have been saying, you know, give it time and stuff. I should mention that Uma Musume is going to be on an accelerated schedule. I think they said it's actually going to be, like, super accelerated with, like, intent to actually catch up with the Japanese version.
That will probably be pretty accelerated then, because I think there was, like, what, like a 3 or 4 year gap?
Yeah, no, like... No, we have, like, several events, like, just planned in, like, July. I think, like, 5 or... Well, not, like, events, but, like, 6 different things. So some people are expressing worry about that the accelerated schedule with like not giving people enough. Well, I don't know what their time frame is to catch up in like 2 years, catch up in 1 year, and whatnot. I don't know what their goal is to be caught up by like a certain point or not. I just know we're on accelerated schedule with the intent to eventually catch up. But working on an accelerated schedule can cause us problems because if you are throwing too much at players too fast, generally that will, you know, frustrate players, stress them out, make them want to, you know, not play the game. Also does not let people who are more free to play, you know, grind up currency if they don't want to spend and stuff. So it's gonna be a little interesting to watch. So I'm gonna keep probably trying to play. I enjoy this game. This game frustrates me to no end, though. Like I said, there's a lot of RNG. There's a lot of RNG in races too. Like skill activation isn't guaranteed. There's only a chance to activate it. Very few there are a few of them that activate no matter what, but they are always condition specific. Like you will execute like specific weather, specific tracks, specific postings, whether you're going left or right around the track, things like that always activate. But again, those are dependent on you being in there in that specific position to activate. Like ones that are built towards your strategy or your track length are always, because that's easier to finagle on your side. Those are always chance activated, so it's a pain. If all the other racers are activating your skills and you're not, you can get completely blown out. It's a little frustrating. Not to mention that it's just race things that just happen sometimes. Like occasionally, like running like a pace chaser or a late surger, you'll just get caught in the pack and your girl will not be able to escape the pack and just get bogged down because couldn't break out. So there's been plenty of times you'll see your girl, you know, number one favorite to win, you know, place 7th just because they got caught and they didn't have the chance to break out. It's
got that's what we call a surprisingly realistic outcome. You know, like that in real horse races that happens because horses occupy mass.
Yeah,
quite a lot actually. So you know you can get boggled down. Yeah, I've seen a lot of posting about the game and a lot of memes. Obviously, one of the big girls from the game is Goldship.
Yep. Big meme.
Which is a very famous horse because Goldship in real life is such a fucking prima donna. He fucking turned white after retiring. like the horse was originally a gray color, but you see pictures of him in retirement and he's a white stallion.
Nah, Goldship's
and like
great.
Everybody who knows about horse racing, I've seen tweet about it, is like, of course Goldship would become white after retiring, you know. Like, and so Goldship is a very like iconic girl. It's very funny.
No, like
all these horses are based off actual historical racehorses.
Yes. Like I said, Golshie's our big meme horse. Bakushin also big meme horse. Our third big meme horse is Haru Urara, who historically never won a race. Like did like 100 races, never won. Still was actually quite popular though. Despite that, happily retired. I don't know if happily retired, but but you can play through her, and she's just happy to be here and just wants to race and have a good time. And the time that she actually wants to win, it is like almost guaranteed that she'll lose, and she is so heartbroken. Everyone's just all like, "My heart!" Oh no, it's great, but it can be done. Some people in JP, it's actually been interesting thanks to the traction that the global version is getting. You know, people over is you know, they're getting back into it. You know, the communities are connecting. I remember seeing a post about a guy who's like, I haven't like trained Haru in over a year, but you know, seeing everyone talk about her overseas made me, you know, want her to get a win, and got it and showed it, and people were just like, yeah! It's great. So no, Umame's is very popular right now, and may continue to be popular for a while. I don't know how long it's going to. It depends on, like, you know, Accelerate schedule, how much interest it maintains through social media and all that stuff, but I am enjoying it. It frustrates me to no lie. Sometimes I wish I could throw something through a window. I need to crash out sometimes playing this game. Don't hurt the horse girls. The horse girls are pure and innocent.
I saw a guy who posted a picture of his cracked monitor that he clearly punched, and it said Glue Factory. And I saw this post because he quote tweeted himself saying, apparently I'm gaining traction in the Japanese speaking fandom as monitor smashing guy. So like, yeah, the meme stuff is happening, the crossover is happening.
No, actually, I just remember, I don't actually have to show off Sargabashin's how fucking stupid it is, because I actually have something here. Let's see here. List. Because what happens here is, after you finish a career, like I said, the horse itself does not get any upgrades. It goes back to its base stats. But you get a legacy, which has, it's basically records on it, and you get something called inspirations. Inspirations are basically what give you the bonuses at the start of career. You basically get to pick 2 horses. They give inspiration, and whatever their legacy can also give inspirations. So, as you can see here, this is my favorite Bakushin. I keep her around, even though she's not technically my best, because she has this right here. You see this? It says undefeated. To get undefeated, you have to play a career playthrough undefeated with at least 12 wins, which means I had to get first place 12 times. I did not lose a single fucking race with this. And this is the strat. I did nothing but hit speed. And if you look at career info, just first place, 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 first place. This was with like the minimum amount of races though. My second attempt at this, I got this who almost did it. Let's see, does it actually say here? Yeah, no, because I was trying to get more races. I got 19 races, 18 wins. She got third at the very final race. Sucked a little bit. I ran out of continues. Basically, if you do not place, you have the option to redo it, but you can only do it like 3 times total. And like I said, the RNG gets you. Sometimes you'll have your girl take a nap to regain energy. She'll have night terrors, and her mood will go down to bad, and it's next day is a fucking race day, and you're just like, shit.
Just like it is how it is.
Yeah, no, but for this one, I was trying to do the same thing with more races, and you know, still almost doing it. If I had the one more reset, I probably would have made it in. Because guess what? She was racing at freaking normal on her final race, where she normally races at great, which sucked. But no, still like. Technically more wins than this one. It's just that she lost on the one. But no, Bakushin, little stupid. Actually is stupid. Does I... Hang on, let me see if I can find the... No, that's not what I want here. Trainee, that's what I want. Trainee, Bakushin, career events. Oh, where is the... Oh, wait, here it is. Dislikes. Anything requiring 3 or more steps. Ears only hears about half of what anyone says. Tail. Good luck grabbing it when she's full on Bakushin mode. Ah, I love her so much. She is such a creature. No, I love these girls. But no, so like there's a lot of care, there's a lot of thought in this game. I do wish it was less RNG dependent. like I said, sometimes your career makes or break on getting good events or getting good stats, and you really do not have control over it at all. I do believe that they do something about it later, because I have seen people like talk about it, but I'm not fully cognizant of what that means.
It sounds like, because we're basically starting the game at its default start step, kind of different. Like FGO EN is 2 years behind JP, but we got like all the app updates up to those like that 2-year gap, you know?
Yeah.
So like it's a comfortable pace that works out for us, and I think has been for FGO's benefit. FGO probably would have exploded in English if they tried to accelerate the schedule. Just because of the way like servant banners work, and we've already talked about like the grind and shit. Can you imagine if they were like dumping new events on you so rapidly, too? But like this is starting with like how it started the default, and then they're gonna accelerate it to catch up. And like we've talked occasionally about game design stuff, you know, like designer intent. It sounds like the game really is like this has been done because somebody in the design team, you know, we are doing the moe anthropomorphization, but we're trying to capture the feel of horse racing for horse racing fans. And like, yes, you can like, you know, follow horses, you can follow jockeys in certain stables, you can get a good idea for like, obviously, you know, for horse race betting, you can, you know, find out who the favorite is and the odds and shit, right? But ultimately, horse racing is kind of RNG. You, the audience member, probably don't know who's going to come out on top when race day hits. Like, you can have a pretty good guess based on history and you know, favoritism and odds, but when you're watching, there's a little bit of a chaotic element, and that is what I think this game is trying to replicate. And then, you know, like you said, they may fix some of this stuff later. That's where you get the kind of experience of like, okay, our design goal succeeded. We've made it like watching actual horse races. Problem, we need people to keep playing this game. It's a little too chaotic, a little too random.
Listen, if people are punching out their monitors over this game, you might want to go,
It's like, you know, that's the kind of thing where as a game designer, you have to step back and go, okay, we need to talk about killing our darlings. Maybe the game is too random. It's too much like going to the races and betting everything. That's the kind of shit that, like, in real life, you know, you can get your legs broke doing that shit. Like, it's you know, a little, like I said, a little too chaotic. Let's roll it back. Let's you know, improve the gameplay experience. Quality of life improvements kind of a thing.
No, so for the foreseeable future, I'm going to maintain this. I'm going to continue gushing about horse girls in our chat. I just actually dug up a post recently. Haru Aurora is actually, you know, still alive and kicking, still healthy, energetic. And her owner's all like, yeah, no, her account just got like way more followers following the English, the global release of the game. Because, like I said, like we've said, these girls are based off of real horses, and something that is interesting is they actually do try to reflect these horses' careers in their lives, like particular rivalries, upsets they did, and like other such things in here. Even like some of their details in the game reflect this. Like, even though in game all the Uma Musumes are reflected as girls, you can actually tell which one were guys in real life by some of the clothes they wear and whether their accessory is on their left or right ear. So no, they did like a bunch of research on here. Like Tokai Teo here was actually a stallion, and you can tell that by when you see her like in swimwear and other stuff. You know, she'll have different clothing, but since her hair accessories on her right ear, that signifies that she was male and stuff. So no, there's actually a lot, like this is like in the FGO kind of sphere of like people have been playing this game go look up the horse and find out, you know, they actually had history, rivalries and stuff, like how Rice Shower actually did, you know, kind of become this dark horse who denied other popular horses big wins, not once but twice. And they reflect that in her story, and they make it way more. They make it anime as fuck, which is great. God, I need to actually find out.
Yeah, like I said, you can tell this game is made by people who are fans of horse racing and horse race culture and stuff.
Yeah.
What was it that I remember? I don't remember exactly, but I remember distinctly there's a story going around that the owners of one of the horses had a very particular request for the artist, which was just, you have to draw my horse girl's tits bigger than her rival. And I'm sure chat will remember which horses that was, but I'm like, yeah, no, that's the correct kind of energy here. Like,
no, like, it gives me like slight joy at night just thinking about these horse trainers maybe, you know, showing the game to the horses themselves and being like, that's you. That gives me unspeakable amounts of joy. Oh, it was Daiwa's owner? I believe that. I believe that in a fucking heartbeat. I thought Daiwa Scarlet's boobs were big. I was like, why is her boobs so big? And because her owner said make them bigger than Vodka's? Yep.
Yes, no, that's correct. Yeah, I remember that. Because of the rival, and it was, yeah. Now that chat said that Daiwa Scarlet, I'm like, yes, I remember now.
No, so, again, this is a fun game, not just for the aspect, but again, I like learning about little things here and there. This is a game that I'm go like, how did this horse be? You know, I type into Google, and then, you know, I find horse. No, so... I do believe there are some things about the Yakuza and whatnot. I'm gonna be real, though. I'm not gonna give them too much hate. If someone started drawing porn of something that was, you know, important to me, I might be a little upset myself. Just saying.
So, the Yakuza thing is like an exaggeration. There are probably connections, and probably known connections, because organized crime works very differently in Japan than it does in other places. But it is known that some current and former Yakuza organizations own racehorses and participate in horse stuff because sports betting.
Yeah.
In general, though, the game's provision about basically being careful about drawing porn of the characters is more that these are all licensed characters, effectively, in order to use the names and stuff, because horse names are... The reason why horse names are so iconic is because they have actual, like, rules in the American and International Breeding Associations.
Oh, yeah.
Like, your name has to be unique to be a racehorse, and you can't reuse them for, like, decades. So, like, they're effectively trademarks.
Yeah.
So all of these horses are licensed. So in order to keep the licensors happy, Cygames has said, like, hey, don't do anything that might upset our business partners. So, like, they want you to be, you know, careful of doing things that might, you know, upset the owners, because if they, like, these people retain the legal rights, so if they get, like, hey, I'm tired of seeing horse girl porn in my timeline, and then you're like, okay, well, shit, we gotta go. Funnily enough, one, I think actually this is why Girls Frontline 2 has switched a lot of stuff, but I know that, like, in real life, the company that makes the Vector SMG actually, like, complained about people getting too horny in their Vector posting under their official tweets about a submachine gun. Because the Girls Frontline fandom is very unhinged, but it's not entirely their fault, because Micah Team is also super unhinged. Like I said, I've retweeted some stuff, but I posted this on our Discord, I should say. They've just announced that the welfare for the next event, which is bringing back a couple of the AK girls. Yeah, like AN94 and AK15 are coming back. But they're going to be a welfare, which is going to be a new MG type. It's Bathilda.
Surprising.
Who was a very iconic design from one of the early side stories we just did. But they've notably increased her caliber, shall we say.
Ah!
And also made her a little more, visibly pudgier in her 3D model. Also, somebody needs to talk to that girl about chafing. Everybody's pretty sure she's wearing the plate carrier like directly over her tits, no shirt, no bra.
Oh,
that's not comfortable. Don't do that. But like, you know, Micah is unhinged with what they can do without, so long as there's not actual any, you know, P and V sex and no nudity, they can go super ham.
God, I gotta
like,
resist.
So I understand maybe a little why the girls' fandom is a little unhinged, but also you guys should not be like posting under actual firearms manufacturers some of these memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, some lonely members of the Chinese fandom, and that's not necessarily specific to China. This stuff does still happen in Korean and Japanese gacha games too, but like it's like, yeah, people got super pissy that Gasp their Diane might talk to a male NPC in the flashback before you've even met up with Commander. And yes, that apparently did cause enough of a riot that like it was part of the rough launch for that in the general rating. They did a quote-unquote corrected version where I think it's like they're either completely faceless or they're a female NPC now, and it doesn't fucking matter. And nobody in the English version even fucking noticed.
Oh, but I think we're good. I just wanted to show off some horse girls for a little bit here.
That's good. Like I said, I need to get some free time and check up on P5X because people are saying like gameplay wise, like it's pretty good for like what's a game that's designed to run on phones.
Yeah.
Though obviously it works good on PC as well. And much like Uma Musume, there are a shitload of memes about the first like palace run and the first bad guy.
Subway
Slammer. Like some of it involves some people talking about some stuff that's like, yeah, we're going quite so over the top that it's a little ludicrous. This is like actually a problem in parts of Japan where people will just fucking lose. They'll crash out in real life and like, you know, push people down in the subway and like do like football falls, like, oh no, you pushed me, you ran into me,
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know, they try and get away with this disruption because as a culture, Japan is like really about not causing a scene. Like, you try that shit in America, you'll get your ass on an American subway, your ass will get beat. People die in American subways sometimes. Like, don't start shit in the subway. Like, public transit in America could be a lot better, but definitely I don't think we have a problem about, you know, I don't think you could be a weirdo and like try and knock over women in the subway and then like pretend like women somehow knocked over you so you can like exercise power over a woman in America. Like, that woman would just pull her gat out of her purse and you're gonna get iced. But like I said, it's the writing seems a little corny in the start, but people have said that later palaces are better. Like, they actually get Atlas's writers in P5X, so
yeah.
I'm like, I should check that out.
No, I am.
And it does have the one Phantom Thief lady who like is an office lady now, but she used to be a Gyaru.
They're appealing to some taste.
That's like her transformation. So like, it's interesting.
No, I am definitely going to pass on the Persona 1. I got too much on my plate. Mega just talking about Girls Frontline 2 with Springfield out, I'm just all like, ah! It's like, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm slowly reaching back over. I can handle one more. Lucky cannot handle one more.
I need to actually start the limited time event, but we're getting a little scrungled because they've started both the Mimos Brothers loop banners.
Oh jeez.
like right away, and there will be a third one for a tie-in. So like they're not really playing catch up because the schedule for the English version is so like super fucked up for Girls Frontline 2 because Girls Frontline 2 had a really rough launch in Chinese, so they're like trying to like almost best, greatest hits themselves. Which is a very interesting way to run it. But that does mean that like our timing for events and banners is like all over the place.
Oh shit, I did that wrong.
But I am still interested because like we're gonna get to like fucking UMP girls. What is UMP 40? Literally has her fucking Venom snake arm. And like Girls Frontline 2 is weird. A couple of the events, like which were had very popular characters, had like very weird out of place writing.
Yes. I think
or just like side story shit.
Honestly, I think that's what took me out the most is when I went to an event and basically I had no idea what was happening. We've just like completely pivoted from the story that we were doing while still trying to be in the story that we're doing. I'm just like, wait, what?
Yeah, Vector's event specifically was like super weird. Like, I don't even realize like Vector has so much anxiety about being a team leader, they put her in a team building exercise, and it's a fucking like extraction shooter roguelike gun game simulator.
It took me. Honestly, that's the moment I fell off Girls Frontline 2 was that event, and I just didn't get back to this. Maybe if I get back in there, I can get. Wait, no, I think I missed the.
Yeah, actual... I just started like for that event. I just had to skip the story and just like do it to do it, but. The event before Mimi's Bunner's Loop was like, it wasn't super in-depth, but they at least ratcheted back the story to make sense because Monsoon Squad had like a new girl, a new T-doll. So that was kind of like her focus story.
Okay. No,
and it's not used currently, but Girls Frontline 2 does have a tab for past events, so I think you'll be able to catch up on past stories later.
Yeah, I should probably get in just because I probably want to keep rolling on fucking macchiato banners whenever they show up.
But yeah, I haven't started the story, but the Zucchero Cat Cafe is open.
Here I go installing gacha games again.
That's another thing I do want to say for Girls Frontline 2. I don't play all of them, but the like bonus mini games they do for every event, very choice.
No, I do like them. Like the game is very good. All right, download on Windows. I feel like here I go. Actually, I'll probably roll for fucking Springfield. Springfield is my rock.
She is a classy lady. And they haven't previewed a Lee Enfield version, so like I'm like, yeah, Springfield, baby.
Listen.
Now she has a drone eagle.
Fucking if like I said, Springfield, Macchiato's my home, but Springfield is my rock.
Well, and I don't remember them really hanging out in Girls Frontline 1, but they are kind of bundled together in 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because Macchiato hangs out in Zucchero Cafe all the time. She named herself after a fucking drink. Which you can actually, in the new minigame, you can make caramel macchiatos. Anyway, we've been here for about 4 hours, 4:30. It's 30 minutes to midnight.
Yeah.
I think we've talked about most of our top topics. A few of you have popped off since we stopped talking about FGO, but thank you those of you who stuck in through the big one.
Yeah.
Like I said, this I am recording, capturing audio on this, so I'll edit this together and post it to Patreon as well. That's, I think, all I got to talk about there. So we could probably wind down, do outro?
Do outro.
Okay. Well, if you're watching right now, the numbers are the same currently, but if you're watching right now and you haven't clicked the like button and you're watching this live stream, how dare you? Click that like button right now. Do it. I'll know if you don't. My Horse Girl Mafia will find you. So slam that like button right now. If you're watching this video later, watching the VOD later or something, and you're catching up, you're watching this on YouTube, not only give us a like, but also make sure to sub for more content. Catch episodes like Wanted, catch our APs that we're talking about. And we will be back to streaming Death Stranding on Monday. So check that shit out. Make sure you got your bells rung so you know when we're streaming stuff. because we have been streaming on off days as well to grind more Death Stranding.
More Death
To
Stranding.
cover.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot. Listen, there's a lot of packages to deliver. The man who delivers
The great deliverer.
needs to do work. Actually, that's another. There's another guy you run into. One of the shelter guys is a porter. He calls himself the Boka, after the Japanese mountain porters.
Yeah,
But he's a big fan
I
of
didn't
the
actually
man who
know those
delivers.
were a thing until I've seen Kojime retweeting about them. And those are just dudes with just like packs, you know, huge. The hugest packs.
Yeah, for transporting stuff up rough mountains. It's I didn't realize it, but like that was clearly the inspiration for the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so there's a guy called the Boka who is a fan of, like I said, the man who delivers. He talks about the man who delivers used a sticky gun once.
What? Okay. Yeah, only
I mean,
once, because then you
unlock-
realize the sticky gun ain't that great.
Yeah, I don't think unless there's new versions later, I don't think it's super improved. It's still a standalone gun, but he gives it to you and talks about it. But yeah, so if you want to catch up with our Death Stranding streams, make sure you're ringing the bell. Thank you for your sub. Consider joining our channel membership for membership badges and emotes, which are good during streams and stuff. Comments, mailbags. That's right, we need to remember, I need to keep a mental note. I have to bully Loth when he returns. Make a QUARTZ and stuff gif, because we don't have one.
We do need one.
But also, you can consider supporting us on Patreon. I already shouted out our patrons earlier, but as a reminder, you can get the audio versions of all our Let's Talk FGO episodes on Patreon as little as $1 a month. You can get annual memberships for discounts and check out other stuff. I mean, for us personally, just the amount of times we say QUARTZ and stuff.
Or we just say and stuff with the inflection.
Yeah, if you're in a VC at any hour, any situation, and somebody says something and stuff, you have I want to say solid 75% chance, if not 80% chance, if me and Lucky are in there, one of us will say X and stuff.
X and stuff.
Occasionally follow with even crazier space dust. But yeah, no, it's just one of our enduring memes. And that's just because we like to watch history of the world, I guess. Like, some stuff we get from, like, Rubik's Raptor memes is, like, we still like to say stuff like, we gotta get out of here. That, I think his guys in Ignis just started saying that as, like a TikTok NPC trend thing, but also the way Ignis Core runs their operations, it's just always a good thing to say.
Oh, yeah.
Building blows up around you, you just go, man, we've got to get out of here. Yeah, Sun is a Deadly Laser is actually a GIF, so we do post that one because that's also true. No.
The sun
is a deadly laser.
Not anymore, there's a blanket.
Watch History of the Entire World, I guess, if you haven't recently. That and Happy Souls are probably, like, the thing we loop the most. That's another one that, like, you gotta be careful if you start talking about things being right down the road.
Right down the road. Yep. I do not have time.
Is this too easy for you? I'll see you. God, Happy Souls is so fun. Anyway, we're getting out of here. We're doing the outro. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks for listening to our greatest hits of memes. We'll see you guys later next week for more Let's Talk FGO. Like I said, we'll probably run up a pregame to explain what's going on in the upcoming summer event there. And if you want to catch Wanteds for all our summer servants, that'll also be upcoming. You know where to support us. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into this wonderful special live stream. We'll see you next time.
Have a good evening, every horse.